Phoenix Nights. Chapter 2779, Soul Ignition. He wanted to make the first move. Needless to say, the others were quite stunned. Obviously, the strength that the shadow revealed earlier had affected them quite a bit. Yan Yi glanced at them. "What's wrong?" Some of them hesitated to speak. Yan Yi cracked a smile. "If we don't take the initiative and wait for them to attack, the outcome will still be the same. The only difference is that we can seize the initiative by attacking now. So, what do you think?" They exchanged glances and nodded in the end. Just like that, they walked out of the hall, and then a few dozen powerful auras shot up into the air while led by a ray of sword energy. In the sky above Universe City, the shadow was looking coldly at the city. There were an entire 16 pantheras behind him. Besides that, there were some other powerful demon beasts, and there were at least around a dozen of them. Additionally, there were around 20 pike-wielding experts in golden armor. These experts in golden armor were exceptionally huge in size, and they were a few times larger than an ordinary human. The shadow shook his head slightly. "You're courting death." As soon as he said that, he was about to attack, but Yan Yi's group suddenly stopped. A moment later they split up in both directions. Chindozi suddenly tossed up a golden flag from the city, and then it transformed into a ray of golden light that dispersed into the surroundings. Rumble! In an instant Universe City shook violently, and then a colossal golden pillar of light surged up from the city. The aura it emanated was so strong that everyone here was visibly moved by it. Even Yan Yi was quite surprised. This pillar of light was something that even he may not be able to fully resist. Of course, its strength was a good thing for his side. Suddenly, the shadow appeared before the pillar of light, and he slammed his palm against it. Boom! The entire pillar of light trembled and was forced to a stop, but it didn't disperse. However, a wave of powerful energy was ceaselessly rippling out from the shadow's palm. The golden pillar of light was cracking at a visible rate. Yan Yi suddenly said, "It's time! Attack!" As soon as he gave the order, Yan Yi charged at a panthera. Nanjing and the others immediately charged forward as well. The shadow was being kept busy by the formation, so it was undoubtedly the best opportunity for them to attack. However, the strength of those pantheras and demon guards exceeded Yan Yi's expectations. Even without the shadow's help, Yan Yi's side was still unable to gain the upper hand, especially against the demon guard. Their strength was much greater than all the experts of Universe City. Universe City had to send around 3 Destiny Realm experts to deal with any one of them. Disadvantaged. Yan Yi and Nanjing exchanged glances, and then Yan Yi crushed a transmission talisman. Chindozi frowned within the city, fell silent for a moment, and then entered a secret chamber. There were numerous blue circles of light there, thousands of them. Chindozi formed a strange seal and spoke softly. "Activate!" In the chamber, the blue circles of light immediately started spinning rapidly. Rumble! The entire universe started to tremble, and then numerous huge beams of light surged up into the air from all over the universe. Once they arrived in midair, they tore through space and arrived in the sky above Universe City. Thousands of beams had converged in the sky above Universe City, and it was a truly magnificent scene. Meanwhile, the shadow's aura rose explosively. Boom! The golden pillar of light instantly exploded into bits. The shadow didn't attack. He just retreated far away with his forces. However, the beams of light were faster than them. The shadow suddenly vanished on the spot. Swish! A huge net of lightning appeared before the beams of light. In an instant, countless bolts of lightning surged down like a thunderstorm toward the beams of light. Rumble! Countless beams of light and bolts of lightning exploded throughout the sky above Universe City. Yan Yi led the others to retreat quickly because the explosions and aftershock of the collision was quite shocking. Even though they didn't fear them, he didn't want them to waste their energy on dealing with that. Just like that, it took almost an hour for all the commotion in the sky to calm down. The shadow was still there. Yan Yi walked over to the shadow, and it didn't take long for him to arrive just 30 m away from the ladder. He asked, "Are we going to continue?" The shadow nodded slightly. Yes. He stretched out his right hand and pulled lightly. Hiss! Space was torn open, and then a huge bolt of pitch-black lightning was pulled out from there. The shadow pulled the bolt of lightning out and hurled it in Yan Ye's direction. Hiss! 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 Everywhere the bolt of lightning passed, space was instantly obliterated. Yan Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. He was about to counterattack when an afterimage flashed by. It was a Nanjing. She stabbed dagger axe against the lightning. Boom! The bolt of lightning shook, but just a moment later countless arcs of lightning that were thin as hairs shot out from it toward an Nanjing. Suddenly, a beam of sword energy slashed down. Rumble! In an instant, all the arcs of lightning were slashed into bits. However, numerous bolts of lightning soundlessly appeared before them, and the shadow was behind them. The expressions of everyone here turned solemn from the sight of this. The shadow suddenly tapped a finger forward, and it was pointed toward Universe City. Swish! In an instant, countless bolts of lightning shot toward the city like descending dragons. At this moment, the sky above the city had been blotted out by the bolts of black lightning. In the chamber, Chindozi had obviously noticed this, and a vicious glow flashed through his eyes. A formation against a formation? Bring it! He swiftly formed a seal with both hands, and then practically all the blue circles of lightning in the chamber started to spin rapidly. At this moment, all the formations Chindozi had set up throughout the universe were activated. The universe was trembling. A moment later, a huge golden screen of light appeared in the air above the city, and it covered the entire city. Besides that, the space outside the screen cracked open, and then countless beams of golden light flashed out of the spatial rifts. In an instant, the entire sky was a battlefield for these beams of golden light and the lightning. Above this battlefield was another battlefield. Yan Yi and the others were in battle against the Shadows group. In just a short while, experts from Universe City had started to fall. Yan Yi and An Nanjing had joined forces against the Shadow, and the Shadow actually didn't fall into a disadvantaged state against their joint forces. Bang! Suddenly, Yan Yi and An Nanjing were pushed back repeatedly. A pitch-black lightning whip crackled through space as it swept at them. An Nanjing was just about to attack when Yan Yi stopped her. Go help the others! The forces of Universe City were no match for the four-dimensional universe without An Nanjing and him. The gap in strength between them was quite huge. An Nanjing pondered deeply for a moment, and then she turned around and vanished into the distance. At the instant she left, Yan Ye's figure turned blood red. The demonic sword Dao. He grabbed the hilt of his sword tightly, and when the lightning was just around 3 m away from him, he leaped up and drew his sword. Hiss! The lightning was instantly sliced into two. But at the same time, a shadow assaulted him. Burial suddenly shot out from Yan Ye's waist. Meanwhile, the shadow stopped, and then his right hand grabbed Burial. However, a ray of sword energy slashed down from above him. The shadow moved a few centimeters to the side with Burial in his grasp, and he used Burial to stop Yan Ye's attack. However, the impact blasted the shadow toward the ground. At the same time, Yan Yi swung his sword repeatedly. Explosive madness sword technique. In an instant, even Yan Yi didn't know how many times had swung his sword. At the same time, Burial suddenly struggled free of the shadow's grasp and swept at his head. The shadow swiftly shot over 1 m backward and avoided both of Yan Ye's swords. Yan Yi was about to attack again when the shadow suddenly pressed his palms together. Bang! The space around Yan Yi exploded apart, and then pitch-black bolts of divine lightning enveloped Yan Yi like a huge net. At the same time, a huge bloody mouth was behind the lightning, and the mouth was approaching from right behind the lightning. Yan Ye's eyes narrowed slightly as he took a step back, and then he stabbed his sword forward with both hands. The sword domain. After so long, Yan Yi had used the sword domain again. In an instant, the sword domain enveloped the divine lightning and the bloody mouth. Besides that, countless rays of sword energy suddenly appeared within the sword domain. Hiss! 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 Sword energy crisscrossed throughout the sword domain. In just a short while, the divine lightning had been completely sliced up by the sword energy. However, a huge, bloody mouth had appeared within the sword domain. The sword energy was actually ineffective against the mouth. At the same time, the shadow suddenly vanished on the spot. Yan Yi was in the middle of a pincer attack. A vicious smile arose on the corners of his mouth. He was just about to risk everything when a white shadow suddenly flashed by. Bang! The shadow returned to where it had been a moment ago. A moment later, the white shadow appeared before the mouth, and the white shadow flashed with a sword in hand. Hiss! 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 Countless injuries appeared on the mouth, and just a short while later, a shrill cry resounded from it as it shot backward in retreat. A woman in a white dress was standing before Yang Yi. It was the form of Destiny in the white dress. She had her left hand behind her back while her sword was in her right, and she gazed coldly at the shadow. Even if she refuses to stop you, I will. She waved her right hand, and an expanse of sword energy rippled out. Numerous pantheras instantly lost their heads, and the shadow was even pushed back repeatedly. Besides that, as the woman in white vanished, a few demon guards lost their heads as well. In an instant, the shadow's side had suffered serious losses. Suddenly, a voice came from somewhere high above. 3 breaths of time! It'll kill you if you're still here then! As soon as the voice finished resounding, a sword suddenly appeared above them. Justice! The woman in white glanced at Justice, and then she gazed at Yang Yi. She flicked a scroll over to Yang Yi and said, "This is my final gift to you." As soon as she finished speaking, her entire body suddenly started to burn. Soul ignition. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2780 She Isn't the Same. Chapter 2780 She Isn't the Same. Along with the arrival of Justice, the surroundings instantly fell silent. And when they saw the woman in white ignite her soul, the shadow and the others shot backward. It was obvious that they were very fearful. Yan Yi was shocked, and immediately used the sword domain to forcefully suppress the flames around her. She glanced at him, and then she looked up at Justice. A moment later she shot up into the air while the flames around her gradually vanished. Everyone looked up. Justice suddenly shot down from above. A moment later, 2 rays of sword energy slammed against each other like shooting stars. Boom! Countless rays of sword energy rippled through the space above them, and they shot backward. The sword energy there was truly too terrifying. But in just a moment, the area calmed down, and then a woman's figure descended from above. It was the woman in white. Blood sprayed like a fountain from her back. Meanwhile, Justice was descending just around 300 m above her head. Yan Yi's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly charged over to the woman in white. He wrapped his right arm around her waist and sent her into the primordial pagoda. Yan Yi swiftly looked up, and he saw Justice above him. Yan Yi twisted his neck, and then a black sword appeared in his grasp. Burial was the bane of Destiny's swords. This time, he wanted to see if it had the same effect on Justice. Yan Yi stomped his right foot down. Boom! The space beneath him collapsed. Meanwhile, he shot up into the sky with sword in hand. Yan Yi's sword stabbed against the tip of Justice. A head-on collision! As soon as they collided, an ear-piercing sound of collision resounded. It was so sharp that the others felt a sharp pain in their eardrums, and Yan Yi even bled from all 7 apertures. Crack! Suddenly, a clear and resounding sound of something cracking resounded. The sword had cracked open. Everyone gazed at the swords. Jian Woody and the others' faces instantly turned gloomy. Because it was Burial that had cracked. Bang! Yan Yi was blasted from above. Justice didn't follow up with another attack and just vanished into the sky. Jian Woody and the others hurriedly went over to catch Yang Yi. At this moment, his body was covered in injuries, and they seemed like they had cut Yang Yi open. The shadow would naturally not give up such an opportunity, and he was about to attack when a powerful aura suddenly assaulted him from the right. The shadow looked to the side, and a figure appeared before him. At the same time, a fist was already descending toward his head. The shadow clenched his fist and swung a punch as well. Boom! The figures immediately split apart upon colliding with each other. A woman had appeared before the shadow, Yang Busi. The shadow spoke ferociously when he saw her. Damn it! Since the strongest form of destiny had interfered earlier, it was the perfect opportunity for him to deal with Yan Yi in Universe City, but he hadn't expected Yang Busi to appear. Suddenly, a voice suddenly resounded from the space before him. Retreat quickly. It was the mysterious expert. The shadow's hesitation instantly vanished, and he vanished on the spot with the others. They vanished in an instant. Yang Busi didn't give chase and just glanced at her fist. It was scorched black. She looked into the distance, fell silent for a short while, and then gazed at Nanjing and the others. He isn't ordinary. Tell that kid to recuperate quickly. She vanished into the distance once she finished speaking. Meanwhile, the battle between Tianxiu, Qi Bitian, and the mysterious experts group had come to a stop. Or to be more precise, Qi Bitian and Tianxiu had escaped their encirclement. That was why the mysterious expert had told the shadow to retreat immediately. Because once these two women rushed over, then coupled with Yang Busi, they practically had no chance to win. So, they'd retreated decisively. In the starry sky, the mysterious expert looked into the distance, and no one knew what he was thinking. Suddenly, Shu Wubian said, "They are too strong. If you don't reveal your true strength, then all of us have no chance against them." The mysterious expert spoke softly. "I was merely trying to keep them busy. I never planned to kill them. Even Yan Yi isn't someone I wish to kill unless I have no other choice." Shu Wubian was quite puzzled. Why? Zhuemu and the others gazed at him as well. The mysterious expert replied indifferently. "Don't forget that while we are their enemy, destiny is their enemy too. Sooner or later, they will fight destiny." Zhuemu suddenly asked, "Why don't we join forces?" The mysterious expert shook his head. "We're not the same kind of people, and I need the good sprite." Zhuemu spoke solemnly. "Give up the good sprite, join forces with them, and we will definitely be able to fight destiny." Yan Yi wasn't alone, he had the entire three-dimensional universe, and he even had the help of experts like Tianxiu and Qi Bitian. It could be said that if they joined forces with Yan Yi, fighting destiny wouldn't be impossible. The mysterious expert shook his head and smiled. "You're oversimplifying things." He pointed above him. "If we joined forces with Yan Yi right now, the outcome would be that she would descend from the clouds and everyone will die." Zhuemu asked. "We can't fight her?" The mysterious expert replied indifferently. "Do you know who that shadow is? His name is Monarch Yen. If we compare him to the realms of cultivation in our three-dimensional universe, then he is truly at the destiny transcendence realm, and he's even at the peak of it. However, throughout these countless years, he still has been completely suppressed by that woman. Up until this point, his main body doesn't dare to leave the four-dimensional universe. Even during my prime." Shu Wubian spoke solemnly. "Then are we supposed to just let this go on?" The mysterious expert shook his head. Wait for a perfect opportunity." Emperor Li asked solemnly. "When will that be?" The mysterious expert replied softly. "We Yan Yes group, the four-dimensional universes group. It depends which side can help but fight her first." As he spoke, he looked up at the starry sky. "If I'm not wrong, no matter what she's planning, the time for it is almost here. She may be waiting for the god sprite. That should be it. Since the very beginning, she has been forcing the good sprite and evil beast to grow. As she wanted, the evil beast has recovered almost 80% of her previous strength. As for the good sprite, I think it won't be long from now. Once they have fully recovered, everything will come to an end." Shu Wubian spoke solemnly. She took my main body, she took the cores of yin and yang, and the hearts of the heavens and the earth. Now, she wants the good and evil of this world. What is she trying to do? The mysterious expert crossed his arms before him. Well, find out once the good sprite and evil beast fully recover. Meanwhile, the shadow suddenly appeared before them. The shadow spoke solemnly. All of you couldn't stop those few women? The mysterious expert shook his head. It's pointless to say that. Come on, let's look for a place to discuss our future plans. He led the others away once he finished speaking. The shadow fell silent for a long time, and then he followed them. Universe City. At this moment, Universe City had regained its peace and calm, but the atmosphere in the city was extremely heavy. Because Yang Ye's fate was unknown. Some were even spreading the fact that Yang Yi was dead. It could be said that the entire city had started to panic again. Over 20 Destiny Realm experts were standing outside the hall. They were led by Jian Wudi. At this moment, all of them were waiting. Of course, they had solemn expressions on their faces too. Because once they received news that Yang Yi was really dead, the entire city would instantly split apart. Universe City was only stable while Yang Yi remained alive. The hall was empty. In the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi lay there on the ascension platform. Snowy, Su Qingshi, and all the others were by his side. The woman in white was lying not too far away to Yang Ye's right. Countless strands of primordial violet energy surrounded Yang Yi. Besides that, there was Polaris energy and various other spirit energies. It didn't take long for Yang Ye's injuries to start healing slowly with their help. However, it was very slow. It was completely different from how quickly he usually healed. Of course, unlike before, these injuries had been caused by justice. The others heaved sighs of relief when they saw Yang Ye's injuries healing. Ding Xiaoyao heaved a sigh of relief in her heart as well. Because many were waiting for news on Yang Ye's condition. She didn't dare to imagine what would happen to Universe City if Yang Yi perished. Fortunately, he was awake now. Yang Yi opened his eyes. Snowy immediately pounced on him. She wrapped her paws around his neck and kept rubbing her head against his chin. Yang Yi cracked a smile. Little fellow! He stood up slowly with Snowy in his arms. He glanced at the others and smiled. I'm sorry for making you worry. Su Qingshi shook her head slightly. All that matters is that you're all right. Yang Yi nodded, and then he glanced at the injuries throughout his body. Yang Ye's face gradually turned solemn. What a powerful sword! When he went head-on against Justice, he realized that her strength was much more terrifying than Head imagined. However, Head gained a lot from the collision. Head discovered a new direction in the sword Dao after going head-on against her attack. As they say, every defeat was an opportunity to grow by discovering one's own flaws. And being defeated by destiny gave him even greater enlightenment. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and gazed at the woman in white. Is she all right? The woman in white opened her eyes and looked up with bewilderment. The others didn't speak. A short while later, the woman in white spoke softly. She really dared to kill me. She isn't the same person anymore, and she isn't the person I used to be. Chapter 2781 Profounder Continent, The Unfettered One. Chapter 2781 Profounder Continent, The Unfettered One. The others left, and only Yang Yi, the woman in white, and Snowy remained here. Snowy would naturally not leave. The woman in white stood up slowly. The hole in her stomach was still there. She grinned. I must go. Go? Yang Yi frowned. Why? I mean, why don't you heal up first? She shook her head. If I stay here, I would be forcing her to attack. Yang Yi fell silent. Senior, what did you mean just now? She pondered deeply for a moment and replied. She dared to try and kill me, and that means she may not wish to merge anymore. She gazed at Yang Yi and continued. She doesn't want to become that form of me when I was at my peak. Or I should say she has surpassed my prime. Yang Yi fell silent. The woman in white spoke softly. Do you know about my background? Yang Yi shook his head. See, she chuckled. I was an ordinary person too, an extremely ordinary person. You may not believe me, but I only started cultivating at the age of 24. Because the heaven Tao of that time was heartless, and all things were like ants to it. It was a very dark time. She gazed at Yang Yi and continued. Do you know why I became so strong? Yang Yi shook his head. She smiled. Emotion. My Tao was actually just like yours. Yet now she has probably surpassed the Tao of emotion. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. She gazed at Yang Yi. Before my main body split apart into 4, I really wanted to protect this world. At that time, I suppressed the 4-dimensional universe and brought stability to the 3-dimensional universe. It could be said that I brought balance to both universes. However, I was too strong. So strong that the universe couldn't endure my strength. So I split myself, and she is the strongest among the 4 of us. As she spoke, she looked up at the starry sky. You know, I couldn't even resist a single attack from her. This proves that she isn't any weaker than when I was at my prime, and she can even travel freely between the 3-dimensional universe and 4-dimensional universe without affecting these universes. This represents that. She didn't continue at this point. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. So, we're dead? She shook her head and gazed at Yang Yi. Fight until the end and maybe there will be a way. She patted Yang Yi on the shoulder and spoke softly. Good luck. The woman in white left the primordial pagoda. At the ascension platform, Yang Yi fell silent. At this moment, had truly realized how serious the situation was. That woman definitely had big plans. Of course, most importantly, she wanted Snowy and Arya, the symbols of utmost goodness and evil. Yang Yi looked up at outer space. Snowy and Arya were like his life, and he didn't want anything to happen to them. So, he had to risk everything to that end. Yang Yi fell silent for a short while, and then he returned to the cultivation room. He sat down cross-legged and placed the sword precursor on his lap. After that, he closed his eyes. Only that attack from before remained in his mind. Burial was a sword that could counter Destiny's swords. However, Burial was completely crushed against Justice earlier. A counter? Yang Yi shook his head slightly because it didn't exist. The facts proved that a sword was only strong because of its user. It wasn't that Burial was inferior to Justice, but the main problem was that he was weaker to Destiny's strongest form. Under such circumstances, no sword would change the outcome. Besides that, he noticed her sword Tao during this collision. It was a pure and true sword Tao. At that instant, he finally knew what the sword precursor and him lacked to attain the ordinary sword realm. It was the extreme that they lacked. Yang Yi seemed like a monk in meditation within the cultivation room. Just one man and his sword. Outside the pagoda. Along with Ding Xiaoyao emerging from the pagoda, everyone outside surged into the hall. She glanced at them and spoke softly. He's fine. They immediately heaved sighs of relief. Ding Xiaoyao spoke softly. Don't lower your guard. We are facing the 4-dimensional universe, the mysterious expert from the end world, and destiny. To be frank, our future is still unknown. Huang Ying nodded slightly. We are naturally aware of that, Miss Ding. However, we have Brother Yang, so at least we feel a little more at ease with his presence. As for what happens next, we can only hope for the best. They nodded. At a time like this, they had no other choice but to risk their lives. Surrender? The enemy wouldn't even accept their surrender. The 3-dimensional universe could only fight as one, and perhaps it may have a chance then. Ding Xiaoyao continued. There is unrest in the city right now, so please deal with that. They nodded and were about to leave, but she suddenly said, Wait. They gazed at her, and Ding Xiaoyao fell silent for a short while before she said, Open the city gates and evacuate everyone below the Destiny realm. The others immediately revealed solemn expressions on their faces. She said, We must be prepared for the worst. Prepare for the worst. A short while later they left. Only in Nanjing and Ding Xiaoyao remained in the hall. Ding Xiao sat at the side with a calm expression on her face. A short while later, she suddenly gazed at Nanjing. Miss An, I'm sure you know what staying represents. And Nanjing didn't speak. Ding Xiaoyao rested against a chair and spoke softly. You know, I think our chances of winning is 0 this time. And Nanjing gazed at Ding Xiaoyao, and the latter chuckled. I don't know what destiny is planning, but I know that we're pigs that have been raised in a pen. It isn't that she doesn't have the strength to kill us, she just wants us to grow fatter before she does. We cannot resist her absolute strength. She looked into the hall and continued. He's monstrously strong, but he isn't facing a human this time. He's facing a real god. A god who has practically instilled despair in 2 universes. And Nanjing looked up into the sky outside the hall. May it be life or death, I will stay with him until the end. Ding Xiaoyao glanced at her and smiled. True. I let him down a lot in the past, so being able to die with him can be considered as a form of release for me. And Nanjing shook her head. He never blamed you. She vanished on the spot. Ding Xiaoyao fell silent for a long time, and then she chuckled. In the sky above Universe City, 2 women looked down at the city below. They were Qi Bitian and Tian Xiu, of course. A short while passed before Qi Bitian said, That kid is much stronger than before. Tian Xiu nodded slightly, and she had a grin on the corners of her mouth. He has grown quite a bit. She seemed to have thought of something at this point, and she suddenly looked up at the sky. Do you have any confidence in being able to kill her? Qi Bitian shook her head. Tian Xiu fell silent. Meanwhile, Qi Bitian added, However, we can hunt that mysterious expert who tried to stop us earlier. That fellow is trying to scheme against him too. Tian Xiu nodded slightly. She looked down at Universe Hall, and then she vanished into the starry sky with Qi Bitian. A sword cultivator was walking slowly through the boundless starry sky. He was walking very slowly. It seemed like he was taking a stroll. He just walked forward until he entered a barrier of light, and then a new world appeared before him. It seemed like it had been scorched, and it was filled with a rotten and scorched smell. The entire world looked terrible. The sword cultivator frowned slightly at the sight of this. Suddenly, a middle-aged man appeared before the sword cultivator. The man wore an ink-black robe and had a single eye. The sword cultivator looked behind the middle-aged man, and then he moved his gaze away. There isn't anyone stronger than you. The man nodded slightly. I'm Monarch Yen. May I know your name? The sword cultivator spoke softly. Profounder continent, the unfettered one. Monarch Yen said, Are you here in my 4-dimensional universe just to fight me? The sword cultivator nodded. That's all I want. Just to decide on a victor, and we can avoid deciding on life and death. Monarch Yen fell silent for a long time. In the end, he shook his head. I'm no match for you. The sword cultivator shook his head. I think you can. Monarch Yen replied. Perhaps I can if I risk my life. But forgive me, I have countless clansmen depending on me. I cannot risk my life against you. The sword cultivator fell silent. Monarch Yen bowed slightly. Please show me mercy. The sword cultivator suddenly asked. You plan to invade the 3-dimensional universe? Monarch Yen nodded. It will only end in death. The sword cultivator's thumb moved slightly, and a sword howl resounded. Monarch Yen clenched his fists and was ready to attack at any moment. Meanwhile, a few dozen powerful auras appeared behind him and around the sword cultivator. This force was many times greater than the force that attacked Universe City. They were all here for one person. Moreover, a huge altar had started to come alive behind Monarch Yen. Suddenly, the sword cultivator looked to the side. His gaze seemed like it could travel through space. A short while later, his sword descended back into its sheath. Monarch Yen's fists were still clenched, and he seemed like he was facing a formidable enemy. The sword cultivator walked off into the distance. Monarch Yen asked, Why? The sword cultivator replied softly. He may be my future opponent, but he's a junior of my sect. Now that he's in trouble, I plan to lend him a hand and kill you. But it seems that isn't necessary anymore. Monarch Yen asked again. Why? The sword cultivator didn't say a word. He just vanished into the distance while Monarch Yen and the others watched. A short while later, his eyes narrowed slightly. Why does the three-dimensional universe have such an expert? Is destiny not enough? At the moment the sword cultivator left, a man walked out of the hall in Universe City. The man looked up at the sky and cracked a smile. Everything is still quite nice. Chapter 2782 The Ordinary Sword. Chapter 2782 The Ordinary Sword. Of course the man was Yang Yi. However, he was completely different from before. His aura was completely different. Meanwhile, Nanjing walked over to his side. Congratulations! She was naturally able to sense the changes in him. At this moment, there was a true gap between them. Yang Yi glanced at Nanjing and smiled, and then he looked up at the sky. I wonder how many will survive all of this. It was unlike any other battle of the past. In the past, it was just a battle of a certain area, yet now, the entire three-dimensional universe was at risk of destruction. The enemy was too strong. The enemy was truly too strong. Meanwhile, Jian Woody and the others arrived before the hall, and they couldn't help but smile when they saw Yang Yi. Even though the path ahead was bleak, they still had hope. Yang Yi spoke softly. Everyone, I'm afraid few of us will survive in the end. Huang Ying smiled. It can't be helped, right? Yang Yi nodded. Then let's give it our all. If we win, that would be perfect, and we can continue enjoying our lives. If we lose, then let's fight this final battle to our heart's content. Ha ha! The others roared with laughter. Their laughter was full of heroic spirit. Of course, perhaps there was some helplessness in it all. After all, the three-dimensional universe had no choice but to fight for its life or fight to its death. They had no other choice. Yang Yi and Nanjing left Universe City and arrived in outer space. Yang Yi got another chair and placed it there. He just sat there while Nanjing sat by his side. Yang Yi suddenly smiled. I never expected that I would one day protect a world. And Nanjing lowered her head slightly. Actually, while Yang Yi was selfish, it depended on the person. Had never been selfish to those who considered his own, but had just never trusted outsiders in the past. Suddenly, the space before them trembled, and then an old man walked quickly out of there. The old man with a bamboo chest. Yang Yi was stunned when he saw the old man. A moment later, he frowned because the old man had many injuries. The old man walked quickly to Yang Yi. He glanced at Yang Yi and there was quite a bit of surprise in his eyes. Young brother! Yang Yi smiled and remained silent. The old man shook his head and smiled. Congratulations! Yang Yi smiled. Senior, what happened to you? The old man sighed softly. I'm here to seek your help. Yang Yi replied. Senior, please be frank. The old man glanced at Yang Yi and said, There are 4 paths from the 4-dimensional universe that lead to the 3-dimensional universe. They are in the 4 directions. They are teleportation passageways that the 4-dimensional universe converged all its strength to create. All those years ago, Destiny split herself into 4 in order to suppress these passageways. Of course, the 4-dimensional universe is guarding the other 3 passageways. Because the 3 of them are very strong, and the 4-dimensional universe is worried that they would launch a counterattack. That is also why Monarch Yen doesn't dare to come here with his main body. He has to protect the 4-dimensional universe. So, do you understand what I'm trying to say? Yang Yi fell silent for a moment and replied, I understand. They had merely been fighting the tip of the iceberg. Moreover, the 4-dimensional universe wasn't really afraid of Universe City, it was afraid of the woman in white and the others. The old man with the bamboo chest said, I'm here to ask you to help her. Yang Yi asked, The woman in white? The old man nodded. I was guarding the southern passageway with her when she noticed the situation here was very serious, and so she asked me to guard the passageway while she came here to help you. But when she returned, she was seriously injured. Her injuries are very serious because she has always been fighting with injuries as well. The four-dimensional universe clearly noticed the state she was in, and more experts of greater strength have been swarming from over there. Even the projection of Monarch Yan's main body is over there. She's in a very bad situation. Yan Yi nodded. Let's go. But he seemed to have thought of something at this point and said, Senior, you stay here and protect this place for me, all right? The old man hesitated for a moment and said, Just the two of you. Yan Yi nodded. He wanted to say something, but Yan Yi spoke first. Senior, trust me. The old man glanced at Yang Yi. In the end, he nodded. All right, I can take this opportunity to perfect this formation of yours. Yang Yi smiled. That's great. The old man formed a seal with both hands, and then a teleportation formation appeared below Yang Yi and in Nanjing. An instant later they vanished on the spot. The old man fell silent for a moment, and then he shot toward the city below. Around 15 minutes later, Yan Yi and Nanjing walked out of a teleportation passageway. As soon as they did, a horrible smell of blood assaulted them. They looked up into the distance, and there was a huge black vortex at the end of their vision. A woman in white was standing there with a sword in hand, and strange living beings were frequently charging out of the vortex. Even though none of them could endure a single swing of her sword, they were still ceaselessly charging at her. Yan Yi spoke solemnly. They are exhausting her. And Nanjing nodded. Yan Yi glanced at the woman in white and smiled. Unfortunately, I can't play the hero that saves the beauty. And Nanjing glanced at him. You want to be a hero? Yan Yi hurriedly shook his head. In joking, just joking. He quickly charged over once he finished speaking. Meanwhile, Nanjing glanced at Yan Yi while a slight grin arose on the corners of her mouth. She quickly followed him. A sword howl suddenly resounded in the distance. The woman in white stopped, and Yan Yi appeared before her. She frowned slightly. You! Yan Yi smiled. Let's kill our way in. She gazed at Yan Yi for a few breaths of time and smiled. All right. Yan Yi suddenly emanated a ray of blood-red light. The demonic sword Dao. Yan Yi turned around, and a ray of light flashed. Hiss! Blood sprayed wherever Yang Yi passed. She grinned behind him. You've grown quite quickly! She vanished on the spot as well. Just like that, Yan Yi, and Nanjing, and the woman in white killed all the way forward. A short while later, they were in front of the black vortex. Suddenly, a ray of black light erupted from within it, and it instantly enveloped all three of them. Hiss! 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 Countless rays of sword energy crisscrossed within the black light, and in just a short while, the black light had been sliced into bits. Meanwhile, a pitch-black sword slammed against the huge vortex. Boom! The huge vortex shook, but it didn't shatter. Burial flew back into the sword gourd on Yan Yi's waist. Yan Yi frowned as he gazed at the huge vortex. The woman in white smiled. It's no ordinary vortex. It's made from the universe walls of the four-dimensional universe. Only a handful in this world can destroy it. Yan Yi gazed at her. Even you can't? The woman in white smiled. I can. However, what's the point? The passageway is built, so destroying this wall is equivalent to fully opening a passageway between the universes. It doesn't make a difference. No, if we launch a counterattack, then destroying it does make a difference. Yan Yi was stunned for a moment and said, Hurry up and destroy it. We're definitely launching a counterattack. She gazed at him. Are you serious? Yan Yi nodded. She didn't say another word and just swung her sword. A sword howl resounded, and then the vortex shook violently. Meanwhile, a shadow flashed out from it. Yan Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He was about to attack, but the woman in white was faster than him. She raised her hand and slashed. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then a white and black shadow flickered incessantly in the distance. They were so fast that even Yan Yi couldn't see their movements clearly. And Nanjing was about to attack, but Yan Yi shook his head. She gazed at him, and he pointed at the distant vortex. She nodded slightly and understood what he meant. Meanwhile, Yan Yi suddenly vanished on the spot, and a ray of light slammed against the vortex. Burial! Bang! The vortex shook violently and cracked open. Meanwhile, Yang Yi switched burial for the sword precursor and slashed once more. Hiss! This slash instantly sliced the vortex into half. A wisp of madness flashed through Yang Yi's eyes as he gazed at Nanjing. Come on! Let's kill our way in there! As soon as he said that, he charged through with Nanjing. Suddenly, a colossus slammed itself at him. A panthera! Yang Yi dashed forward. It only took a moment for them to grow closer and closer. Suddenly Yang Yi drew his sword. An arc of sword energy flashed. Hiss! The arc of sword energy appeared behind the panthera. The panthera was still charging forward, but its body split apart at the center. In an instant, blood and internal organs sprayed in a bloody mess. Suddenly, the shadow, who was in battle with the woman in white, suddenly shot backward. At the same time, he shot a glance at Yang Yi. The ordinary sword. There was a trace of disbelief in his voice. Chapter 2783 Fight to the Heart's Content. Chapter 2783 Fight to the Heart's Content. The ordinary sword. The shadow hadn't chosen to stop Yang Yi mainly because he felt Yang Yi's strength wasn't sufficient to break through the vortex. But he hadn't expected Yang Yi to have attained the ordinary sword. The shadow was about to stop Yang Yi, but a wave of sword energy sealed off his path of retreat. At the same time, a woman stood before him. The woman in white. She grinned, and then rays of light appeared around the shadow. They were like a cage that completely surrounded him. Meanwhile, a pike appeared in the shadow's grasp. The shadow took the pike in both hands and stabbed it down before him. Bang! In an instant, a wave of powerful energy rippled through the area, but the sword energy didn't shatter and kept the shadow there. Suddenly, the shadow turned a little more solid. After that, he swept the pike forward. Bang! The sword energy there was pushed back, and it flickered back into the sword in the woman's hand. The shadow looked to the side. At this moment, Yang Yi and Nanjing had vanished from his field of vision, and there were numerous huge corpses in the surroundings. The shadow hurled the pike forward. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly stopped, and when he turned around, a pike was just around 1 m away from him. Yang Yi took a step forward and stabbed. It was a fluid string of movements. Clang! An ear-piercing sound of metal colliding resounded. The pike shook violently and was blasted away. Yang Yi didn't even look back in that direction before vanishing into the distance. Of course, Nanjing was following close behind him. In the starry sky, the shadow gazed at the woman in white. According to my knowledge, she has spared you twice. Trust me, there won't be a third. The woman in white smiled. I know. The shadow said. You're courting death. She nodded. I'm sure you're aware that she won't spare you either. So why do you obey her commands? Can't our universes coexist? The shadow chuckled. Have you taken a look at my 4-dimensional universe? It's in ruins and we... She shook her head. You brought this upon yourselves. After your Yanma clan became the strongest clan in the 4-dimensional universe, how did you treat the others? You slaughtered until the world lost balance, and spirit energy was even exhausted by your clan without any restraints. So, who can you blame for the situation your universe is in? The shadow shook his head. Our universes can coexist. Just kill that woman, and we can live in peace. She glanced at the shadow. So send us to risk our lives against her, and then your universe will reap the rewards. That's a great idea. The shadow didn't say anything. He just suddenly appeared before her. Meanwhile, she swung her sword, and an expanse of sword energy enveloped the shadow. Meanwhile, Yang Yi and Nanjing had killed their way into the 4-dimensional universe. All along the way, experts had ceaselessly arrived before them, but even peak Destiny Realm experts found it difficult to resist even a swing of Yang Yi's sword. One attack. At this moment, Yang Yi wasn't the same Yang Yi he used to be. The ordinary sword. A short while later, they arrived before a floating city. It was a huge city, and there was a robust man with an axe standing on its walls. At the same time, a few dozen Peak Destiny Realm experts appeared around them. Moreover, even more auras were rushing over here. They were surrounded. Yan Yi slowly sheathed his sword and looked up at the robust man on the city walls. Meanwhile, the man suddenly leaped down, and he slammed his axe at Yan Yi with both hands. The man used the force of the jump to give his strength a huge boost, and the force of this attack had surpassed the strength of a Peak Destiny Realm expert. Yan Yi gazed at the descending axe with indifference while Nanjing had moved back a little. A short while later, the axe grew closer and closer to Yan Yi. Yan Yi suddenly looked down when it was around 30 m away from his head, and then a ray of sword energy shot up into the air. A resounding and furious shout surged through space. Break! A ray of sword energy slammed against the huge axe. A moment later, the axe shook violently and exploded into bits. At the same time, the robust man was blasted away, but just a moment later, a figure soundlessly appeared behind the man. It was Yan Yi. Yan Yi turned around and slashed. The robust man's expression changed drastically, and he pressed his arms down toward Yan Yi's sword. Boom! His arms clamped down on Yan Yi's sword, but it only lasted for an instant. Yan Yi twisted his right hand, and so did his sword. Hiss! The robust man's arms were instantly chopped off, and then a ray of sword energy flashed through his throat. Yan Yi sheathed his sword slowly behind the man, and then he gazed at the floating city. A moment later, he flicked his thumb, and his sword shot out of its sheath. Hiss! The sword slashed the floating city. Meanwhile, the experts of the four-dimensional universe didn't try to stop him. Right when the sword was around 30 m away from the city, a man appeared before the sword. The man slammed a punch at the sword. Bang! Yan Yi's sword was forced to a stop. Meanwhile, the man slammed his right hand forward. Bang! Yan Yi's sword shook violently, and then it shot swiftly in Yan Yi's direction. Yan Yi remained indifferent. The sword precursor stopped a few inches away from his forehead. It had stopped on its own. A moment later, it automatically entered the sheath. Yan Yi gazed at the man, and the latter spoke softly. I know why that sword cultivator stopped. It's because you're at the ordinary sword realm. The ordinary sword, the peak of sword cultivators. How surprising! Yan Yi walked slowly in the man's direction. Suddenly, a shadow appeared behind the man. Yan Yi frowned slightly. At the same time, the woman in white appeared by Yan Yi's side. She spoke softly. Leave for now! Yan Yi's frown deepened, but he chose to trust her. Yan Yi gazed at Nanjing, and the latter nodded slightly. The three of them were about to leave when the man suddenly stretched out his right hand. This isn't a place you can just come and go as you please. As soon as he said that, he waved his right hand. In an instant, the space around them cracked open, and then a huge pitch-black vortex enveloped them. In the vortex, a strand of mysterious energy was ceaselessly corroding them, and Yan Yi's sword intent instantly dispersed upon leaving his body. Yan Yi asked, What is this? The woman in white didn't speak and just raised her palm. Past life appeared in her grasp. A moment later, past life started spinning rapidly, and then a myriad of rays of sword energy rippled out incessantly. Hiss! 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 The entire vortex was filled with sword energy. Suddenly, a pike tore through the sword energy and arrived before her. She tapped her finger forward, and an ethereal sword slammed against the pike. The sword instantly cracked apart. Meanwhile, the woman in white glanced at Yan Yi. What are you still standing there for? Yan Yi returned to his senses. He didn't use his sword but activated the sword domain instead. In an instant, the sword domain enveloped the entire vortex. Yan Yi spoke softly. Break! As soon as he said that, countless rays of sword energy appeared within the sword domain, and then the vortex exploded apart. Suddenly, Monarch Yen appeared before Yan Yi. Monarch Yen slapped his palm down. Bang! In an instant, Yan Yi was pushed back repeatedly while a wisp of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. The sword domain had been destroyed. Monarch Yen appeared before Yang Yi again. At the same time, Yang Yi's sword suddenly left its sheath. Monarch Yen slammed a punch forward. Sword and fist slammed against each other. Boom! Yang Yi was pushed back repeatedly again. However, when Monarch Yen attacked again, Yang Yi suddenly pressed forward and slashed. Explosive heaven rend. At the instant he drew his sword, the space in a huge area collapsed. Monarch Yen retreated while slowly clenching his left hand. In an instant, an ethereal shield appeared above him. Yang Yi's sword struck right against it. Bang! This rumbling explosion was like a thunderclap. Yang Yi's sword had struck the shield, but it couldn't break the shield. The shield had forcibly stopped his attack. Suddenly, a white shadow flashed, and then Monarch Yen suddenly vanished on the spot. He was 3 kilometers away when he appeared again. The woman in white was in front of Yang Yi. Yang Yi gazed at Monarch Yen, and his hand was trembling. He hadn't expected that even after attaining the ordinary sword realm, he would still be incapable of doing anything to Monarch Yen. However, it did make sense. After all, he was the master of the 4-dimensional universe, so he would be dead by now if he wasn't strong. The woman in white said, "You leave first." Yang Yi shook his head. "We'll leave together." She glanced at Yang Yi, and the latter said, "If we can't leave, we'll just have a nice fight with them. What do you think?" She grinned. "All right." Monarch Yen suddenly raised his right hand, and then he waved it at them from afar. Under the ground below. Boom! A colossus shot up into the sky. Bang! Yang Yi and the others were pushed back through the air. They stopped themselves after being pushed quite a distance, and they saw a colossus appear in the air above the floating city. It was like a dragon, but it wasn't a dragon. The colossus had the head of a dragon, the body of a wolf, and thousands of spikes on its back. Every spike was extremely long too. "A devil caracal!" The woman in white spoke softly. "It's the strongest demon beast in the 4-dimensional universe. It's on par with Arya. This place is really lively." Suddenly, a voice came from the side. Yang Yi looked toward its source and saw a group of people. He knew them. It was the mysterious expert and the others from the end world. Chapter 2784 Self-Sacrifice to the Sword. Chapter 2784 Self-Sacrifice to the Sword. Along with the mysterious expert's arrival, the situation here grew even more disadvantageous to Yang Yi's group. Yang Yi gazed at the woman in white. "I'm sorry!" He chose to attack, yet now, not only was he in a hopeless situation, had dragged her into it. He couldn't help but feel quite apologetic about it. She smiled. "It was coming sooner or later." Once she finished speaking, past life suddenly started shaking violently, and then it shot up into the air. In an instant, countless rays of sword energy rained down like a storm. Yang Yi gazed at Nanjing, and she shook her head. Yang Yi smiled bitterly. "Just this once." She fell silent for an instant, and then she entered the primordial pagoda. Nanjing was strong, but only people who were exceptionally strong could fight this battle. He was very sure that if Nanjing fought in this battle, she would definitely die under the joint forces of dozens of peak Destiny Realm experts. Not to mention the mysterious expert and Monarch Yen were here. Once she entered the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. In an instant, he emanated boundless slaughter intent and sword intent. The demonic sword Dao. At this moment, he didn't dare to hold back at all. Suddenly, Monarch Yan's pike left his grasp. In an instant, the woman in white's sword energy was obliterated inch by inch. At practically the exact same moment, the mysterious expert appeared before Yang Yi. Yang Yi's sword left its sheath. The mysterious expert didn't try to dodge it, and allowed Yang Yi's sword to descend. However, it only hit an afterimage. Meanwhile, a black palm suddenly slammed down on Yang Yi's chest. Yang Yi's figure curled forward, but his sword swept forward horizontally at the instant his figure was blasted away. Hiss! It sounded like something had been sliced open, and an afterimage flickered backward repeatedly. But at this moment, Yang Yi was far away. As soon as he stopped himself, the mysterious expert stretched out his right hand and pressed it down. Bang! The space above Yang Yi collapsed and crashed down upon him. In an instant, Yang Yi's figure warped. Meanwhile, burial flashed out of the sword gourd. Hiss! The space around Yang Yi was sliced open. The mysterious expert suddenly vanished, and he was in front of Yang Yi when he appeared again. Yang Yi took a small step back, and a pitch-black palm arrived just around an inch before his stomach. If had been just a little slower, the palm would have struck him. At the instant he took that step back, Yang Yi's sword had descended simultaneously. However, a hand clamped down on the sword. A moment later, the hand shook slightly. Bang! Yang Yi was pushed backward repeatedly. The mysterious expert took a step forward and instantly arrived before Yang Yi. However, he was greeted by a sword to his head. However, this attack missed. Because the mysterious expert had retreated 300 m back at the instant the sword descended. His speed far surpassed Yang Yi. Yang Yi wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth, and then he looked up at the mysterious expert in the distance. Meanwhile, the latter suddenly turned ethereal. Yang Yi's pupils constricted, and then burial suddenly appeared in his left grasp. After that, he swung both swords simultaneously. But they still hit nothing but air. At the instant they missed, the mysterious expert's palm suddenly struck Yang Yi's chest. A ferocious expression arose on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. At this moment, he activated the sword domain, and in this instant, he sensed the location of the mysterious expert's main body. And it was in this instant that burial slashed forward. Bang! In the sword domain, a muffled explosion resounded, and then an afterimage flashed backward. But just a moment later, the afterimage suddenly vanished on the spot. Yang Yi stabbed his sword toward the right. An afterimage just happened to arrive there as if it was slamming itself against his sword. Bam! The afterimage was pushed back again, but it vanished right after. At the same time, Yang Yi swung his sword again. Bam! The afterimage was pushed back again. Yang Yi looked up at the afterimage, and his sword was trembling. Had been at a disadvantage because he couldn't grasp the movements of the mysterious expert, but after a few collisions, had gained a rough grasp of the mysterious expert's strange movement technique. The mysterious expert spoke softly. As expected of the ordinary sword, you're much stronger than before. As soon as he finished speaking, the space around Yang Yi suddenly started to crack open. At this moment, Yang Yi was like a cracked mirror, and had cracked into countless pieces. Space had cracked, and he was still there. At this moment, Yang Yi's expression changed. It was because Head noticed that his body was cracking into countless smaller pieces. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. A moment later, the cracked space around him suddenly calmed down. Or to be more precise, had calmed down, but the space around him had cracked into countless fine pieces. However, he was fine. The sword domain. It formed a world of its own. Had used the sword domain to escape the space under the mysterious expert's control. So, even if that expanse of space cracked open, he was completely unharmed. Besides that, had discovered something new. Yang Yi looked up at the mysterious expert. So that's the secret behind your movement technique. Had been suppressed by the mysterious expert's speed mainly because they weren't in the same expanse of space. The mysterious expert had been switching expanses of space to get so fast. Now had discovered it, and he could do the same with his sword domain. The mysterious expert slowly crossed his arms before his chest. The ordinary sword. To be honest, I knew you were an extraordinarily monstrous genius, but I never expected you to attain the ordinary sword in such a short amount of time. But it still doesn't make a difference. As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to attack, but Yang Yi suddenly vanished on the spot. The mysterious expert frowned and waved his right hand. The space there instantly started rippling, and then a sword pierced through space and arrived before his forehead. Hiss! This attack still missed. However, the space around the mysterious expert warped strangely, and then Yan Yi's sword stabbed into space. Bang! A moment of silence ensued, and then the space there exploded apart before two figures appeared here. It was Yan Yi and the mysterious expert. Yan Yi had accurately located the mysterious expert earlier. Now, he wasn't in such a passive position anymore. He didn't have to defend himself in order to attack anymore. He could go on the offensive now. Bang! Suddenly, an explosion resounded from nearby, and then countless rays of sword energy and black energy rippled out incessantly. Yan Yi looked over, and he saw the woman in white and Monarch Yen in intense battle. While the woman in white hadn't gained the upper hand, she wasn't at a disadvantage either. However, as far as Yang Yi was concerned, it felt like both Monarch Yen and the mysterious expert still hadn't revealed their true strength. Their true objective, the one they truly feared and wanted to eliminate, was actually the woman above the clouds. Suddenly, Monarch Yen retreated and created distance between himself and the woman in white. Monarch Yen gazed at the mysterious expert. "Kill him!" The mysterious expert nodded. Once they gave the order, all of the Destiny Realm experts here attacked. Their charge was led by Monarch Yen and the mysterious expert. At this moment, their auras actually started rising rapidly, and it was more than just a few times stronger than before. At this moment, even the woman in white's face had turned solemn. She suddenly appeared by Yang Yi's side and grabbed his shoulder. At the same time, a white teleportation formation appeared below Yang Yi. However, Yang Yi tapped his right foot down. Bang! The teleportation formation shattered. She glanced at Yang Yi, and for the very first time, there was anger in them. Yang Yi cracked a smile. "I don't want anyone to sacrifice themselves for me again." How could he not know what she was planning? She planned to teleport himself away while staying behind. She had no chance to win against their joint forces. Of course, they had no chance even if he stayed. But he still chose to stay. She shook her head slightly. "Even if we escape today, I won't survive. You don't have to die here." Yang Yi frowned slightly. He was about to speak when she suddenly turned around and swung her sword. Bang! As soon as her sword descended, both Yang Yi and her were blasted away. Zunmu and the other Destiny Realm experts were behind them. Yang Yi forcibly twisted his body and transformed into a ray of sword energy that charged at Zunmu and the others. Meanwhile, the woman in white faced the mysterious expert and Monarch Yen. Bang! As soon as they collided, she was instantly blasted away. Her sword energy hadn't even been fully released when it was suppressed and blasted into bits. Meanwhile, Yang Yi was suppressed as well. He was facing dozens of Destiny Realm experts, and all of them were at the peak of the Destiny Realm. However, while he was being suppressed, he didn't fall to them. Conversely, he was growing increasingly ferocious. Hiss! A sword soundlessly flashed through the throat of a Destiny Realm expert. A moment later, Yang Yi appeared behind that expert. Meanwhile, a few dozen powerful waves of energy descended upon the area he was at. Bang! Yang Yi hurriedly released his sword intent, but it exploded apart in an instant. Bang! Yang Yi was pushed over 30 kilometers back. As soon as he stopped himself, a few dozen experts appeared around him. Suddenly, the woman in white appeared in front of Yang Yi, and there was a pike in her stomach. Yang Yi was stunned by the sight of this. She glanced at Yang Yi and said, "There's too many of them. Go to my other two forms." Boom! As soon as she finished speaking, a strand of blood-red flames suddenly appeared around her. Shed ignited her soul. At the same time, her blood, spirit energy, and soul energy were surging into past life. She was sacrificing herself to her sword. Chapter 2785 Breakthrough of the Heart. Chapter 2785 Breakthrough of the Heart. Obviously, she planned to sacrifice herself. Suddenly, a strand of mysterious energy enveloped her. The sword domain. As soon as it enveloped her, the flames around her were instantly suppressed by force. Yang Yi pulled her to his side and glanced at her. "I told you, I don't want anyone to sacrifice themselves for me. She looked him in the eyes. Then shall we die together? Yan Yi cracked a smile. I don't want to die. However, if I have to, it can't be helped. Even though he was smiling, there were tears flowing out the corners of his eyes. Too many had vanished all along the way. Blood Maiden Yang Wudi Elder Mu. Arya who had returned to her original form for him. There were many people in his memories. Dead? No one wanted to die, but he didn't want others to give up their lives so that he could live. Yang Yi gazed at Monarch Yen and the others that had already surrounded them. While leaving would allow me to survive, my heart would never find peace. My sword does not seek invincibility, it seeks a clear conscience. Suddenly, the sword precursor shook violently, and then a sword howl tore through the sky and shot up above the clouds. The sword intent and slaughter intent around Yan Yi grew rapidly, and his aura was growing rapidly as well. Monarch Yen fell silent for a moment, and then he spoke softly. The three-dimensional universe is full of outstanding experts. The mysterious expert nodded slightly. Moments of life and death are the greatest test of the heart, and the greatest test of the sword heart. Before a gold board high above in the clouds, the woman suddenly shot a glance down toward her right. A moment of silence ensued before she grinned. A clear conscience. His heart toward the sword Tao has found truth, the extreme, and purity. Everything is born from the heart, and the heart has overcome destiny. Another has struggled free of those shackles. The four-dimensional universe. Yan Yi's sword intent and slaughter intent were already at an extremely terrifying level, and the Destiny Realm experts in the surroundings had fear in their eyes. Previously, Yan Yi had already attained the ordinary sword. Now, had clearly attained another advancement. It could be said that besides the woman in white, Monarch Yen, and the mysterious expert, no one else here could resist a swing of his sword now. Yang Yi looked up at space, fell silent for a moment, and then gazed at Monarch Yen and the mysterious expert. Shall we fight one-on-one? Fight. At this moment, Yang Yi had forgotten about life and death. All he wanted was to fight. Monarch Yen shook his head. It's not that I fear you, but it's meaningless to fight you in single combat right now. He gazed at the mysterious expert. What do you think? The mysterious expert nodded. We must kill him, of course. He vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. Yang Yi suddenly swung his sword with both hands. This attack carried his sword domain and dual intents. Bang! In an instant, the space in a huge area around Yang Yi was obliterated. At the same time, countless rays of sword energy appeared within the sword domain. A grinder of sword energy. However, once the mysterious expert and shadow attacked in unison, the sword energy was instantly obliterated. But at this moment, Yang Yi had taken the woman in white and retreated far away. Monarch Yen laughed coldly. You must be dreaming if you think that you can escape. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his right hand and pulled lightly. A pike suddenly appeared before Yang Yi and the woman in white. Yang Yi raised his sword and slashed. Bam! The pike was instantly blasted away. However, Monarch Yen and the mysterious expert had appeared before him. Monarch Yen shook his head. You think you can escape? You're too naive! As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hands. In an instant, a pike transformed into a beam of black light that shot at Yang Yi and the woman in white. The woman in white was about to counterattack when Yang Yi forcibly sent her into the primordial pagoda. She'd gone head-on against Monarch Yen and the mysterious expert just now, and she'd forcibly ignited her soul earlier. While Yang Yi had managed to stop her, it had still done harm to her body and vitality. If she were to forcibly continue fighting, she would really be giving her life away. Once he sent her into the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi swiftly drew his sword and slashed. Bang! The pike was instantly blasted away. But at the same instant that he swung his sword, a pitch-black palm slammed against his chest. A mouthful of blood sprayed from Yang Yi as his figure was blasted away. Yang Yi's figure hadn't even stopped when a pike tore through space once more. At the same time, a few dozen auras slammed down upon him like mountains from all around. Besides that, his sword domain shattered as soon as it formed. At this moment, Yang Yi knew that he may be finished. Nothing was working. He was being suppressed by absolute strength. However, Yang Yi still refused to just wait for death to arrive. Right when he was about to ignite his soul, Monarch Yen and the mysterious expert suddenly stopped. They turned around simultaneously, and then two shadows slammed against them. Bang! Bang! Two explosions resounded, and then they were pushed back repeatedly. Two familiar faces appeared before Yang Yi. It was Qi Bitian and Tian Xiu. Yang Yi cracked a smile. Long time no see. As soon as he finished speaking, blood surged out incessantly like a fountain from his mouth. Only God knows how many Destiny Realm experts had fought on his own just now. Tian Xiu glanced at Yang Yi, and then she walked over to him and patted him lightly on the shoulder. Nice work! In the past, had been relying on too many things. At that time, she had been quite disappointed in him. But now, she was very satisfied with Yang Yi's growth. He was truly capable of holding his own. For some reason, Yang Yi was very happy and pleased to be praised by her. Qi Bitian sized up Yang Yi and smiled. Kid, you really grow quick. Now, even I wouldn't dare to say that I can defeat you in a one-on-one battle. Yang Yi smiled embarrassedly. Senior, what are you doing here? Qi Bitian replied. Kid, you got lucky. We were here to explore the four-dimensional universe when we sensed a fight here. So, we came over to have a look. But we never expected to find you here. You're really brave to actually come all the way here, huh? Yang Yi laughed bitterly. Had gone a little too far this time. He felt like he could come and go as he pleased, but the facts proved that the mysterious expert and the four-dimensional universe weren't as weak as he thought. The ordinary sword did not represent invincibility. However, had gained a lot from this incident. The changes in his sword heart could be described as an unparalleled change in him. Now, he could fight the mysterious expert or Monarch Yen on his own. Now, he was truly among the ranks of the true experts. Meanwhile, Tian Xiu gazed at Monarch Yen and the mysterious expert. Am taking him with me? Monarch Yen shook his head. Over our dead bodies? Yang Yi wasn't the same Yang Yi anymore. Allowing him to leave now was like allowing a tiger to return to its mountain. Tian Xiu nodded slightly and gazed at Yang Yi. Can you still fight? Yang Yi nodded. I can still kill at least 10. Tian Xiu spoke softly. Leave these two to us. As soon as she finished speaking, Qi Bitian and her vanished on the spot. Meanwhile, a flame suddenly appeared in the mysterious expert's grasp. Omni Phantom. As soon as the powerful flame appeared, this entire part of the world turned slightly ethereal. The mysterious expert suddenly vanished on the spot, and then a wave of flames surged at Tian Xiu. Tian Xiu's eyes narrowed slightly as she slowly clenched her fists. A moment later, a wave of dark light swept out from her. Bang! As soon as they collided, the entire area shook and transformed into an ocean of flames. But just a moment later, the flames vanished. A little fellow had appeared on Yang Yi's shoulder. Snowy. Snowy inhaled greedily and gazed at the mysterious expert who was rapidly retreating. Or to be more precise, she was looking at the flame in his grasp. Snowy blinked as she gazed at it, and then cracked a smile. Even Yang Yi didn't know what that smile meant. The Omni Phantom in the mysterious expert's grasp shook violently, and then it was about to charge at Snowy. Obviously, it was infuriated by her. Snowy shuddered when she saw that it wanted to charge at her. It wasn't fear but excitement. The Omni Phantom didn't charge at her in the end because the mysterious expert stopped it. The mysterious expert shook his head at the flame. She's your bane! He put it away while he spoke. Disappointment flashed through Snowy's eyes when she witnessed this. Yang Yi hurriedly sent the little fellow back into the primordial pagoda because he noticed that the little fellow seemed like she wanted to charge over there. Meanwhile, Tian Xiu glanced at Yang Yi. Retreat from here. Yang Yi nodded and retreated. Even if they were going to fight, they couldn't do it in the enemy's base. At the very least, their joint forces had no chance, not even if they included the woman in white. Zhuemu and the others charged at Yang Yi when they noticed his intent to retreat. They were led by the devil Caracal. Presently, only it could resist Yang Yi's attacks. Other Destiny Realm experts would practically die as soon as they got close to him. A vicious glow flashed through Yang Yi's eyes as he gazed at the devil Caracal that was charging at him. He tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, and then sped up. At this moment, his body had started to turn ethereal. The sword domain. Yang Yi grew even faster. At this moment, a vicious glow flashed through the devil Caracal's eyes, and it rose its speed to its limits. Man and demon grew closer and closer. A breath of time later, Yang Yi suddenly drew his sword. Bang! An explosion resounded, and the devil Caracal was blasted away. However, Yang Yi was pushed back repeatedly, all the way back to where had been standing a moment ago. Zhuemu and the others were about to attack, but a furious howl suddenly resounded from afar. All of them looked over to its source, and they saw a young girl had suddenly appeared above the devil Caracal. Aria! Aria's eyes were scarlet red as she slammed her fist at the devil Caracal's head. Bang! The devil Caracal crashed down from midair, but Aria was even faster. She slammed against its head before it could even crash to the ground. A howl of pain resounded. The devil Caracal was slammed into the ground. Aria patted her palms together and gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi gulped, and then he pointed at Zhuemu's group. It was obvious what he was trying to convey. Chapter 2786 This is an ally. Chapter 2786 This is an ally. Needless to say, Aria was quite terrifying right now. Had experienced the devil Caracal's strength himself, and while had heavily injured it with a single attack, that attack hadn't been lethal. However, Aria had crushed it as soon as they fought. It couldn't even fight back. Aria's strength was much more terrifying than the last time they met. Even now, he didn't dare to say that he could defeat her. Even though Aria wasn't the same anymore, Yang Yi was still happy to see her stronger. Because the stronger she was, the better she would be at keeping herself safe. Aria looked along his finger, and it made Zhuemu and the others' expressions change. Yang Yi was extremely terrifying already, and if Aria was included, their side's advantage in numbers would be gone. But just a moment later, Aria gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched. He didn't want to fight her now. Because if they did, they would definitely end up dead. Yang Yi hurriedly pointed at Zhuemu's group, and he saw them hurriedly retreat. They created a huge amount of distance between themselves and Yang Yi. Zhuemu and the others' retreat made Aria move her gaze away from them. Because she didn't sense a threat from them. Emperor Li suddenly laughed coldly by Zhuemu's side. Yang Yi, come on! Let us see if you, the new sword cultivator at the ordinary sword realm, or the evil beast of the three-dimensional universe is more formidable. Yang Yi glanced at Emperor Li. Would you like to see which one of us is stronger? Emperor Li's face instantly turned quite unsightly. Presently, there may be less than a handful of people in the world who could fight Yang Yi, and they didn't include him. Yang Yi was one of the strongest experts in the world right now. Yang Yi didn't waste his breath on Emperor Li and gazed at Aria. Meanwhile, Aria vanished on the spot. Yang Yi's expression changed slightly. He put his sword away and raised his arms. Even though Aria was strong, he had a chance of breaking through her defenses at his current realm of strength. And he would naturally not harm her. A petite figure flashed at him. Bang! Yang Yi was instantly blasted far away. As soon as he stopped himself, the space below and behind him collapsed. Emperor Li and the others grinned when they witnessed this. The experts of the four-dimensional universe didn't attack either. It was best to just allow Yang Yi and Aria to fight to the death right now. Aria suddenly vanished on the spot, and space was torn into bits in her wake. It was caused by pure physical strength. Aria's physical strength may not be at the limits of this world, but there was probably no one else as strong as her right now. Even Yang Yi was extremely fearful of her physical strength. This time, Yang Yi didn't choose to collide with her and hurriedly withdrew the pair of horns. Bang! The space in front of Yang Yi collapsed. At the same time, a figure forcibly stopped before him. The figure was very close. Arya! Arya's appearance hadn't changed much, but her eyes were terrifyingly scarlet red, and her horns had turned blood red. They were just like how Yang Yi's hair was when his slaughter intent erupted forth. Arya gazed at the horns in Yang Yi's grasp and seemed quite lost and dazed. But just a moment later, a pained expression appeared on her face. Yang Yi was about to speak when Arya suddenly roared with fury. Bang! A wave of powerful energy instantly blasted Yang Yi away, and Arya didn't attack again. She just turned around and charged at Zhuemu's group. She had a very ferocious and pained expression on her face, and tears were rolling down from the corners of her eyes. But Yang Yi wasn't able to see that. Emperor Li and the others' smiles stiffened when they witnessed this. Zhuemu suddenly took a step forward while the saber sheath on his waist shook violently. A moment later, he leaped up and swung his saber. A dazzling ray of saber energy shone like the sun. Meanwhile, a petite afterimage flashed. Bang! The dazzling saber energy was instantly blasted into bits, and then a figure was slammed away. It was Zhuemu. His saber had shattered. After she instantly blasted Zhuemu away, Arya suddenly slapped her palms against the ground. Boom! A wave of powerful energy surged into the ground, and it instantly turned into a bottomless abyss. As for the Destiny Realm experts in front of her, they were blasted backward repeatedly. While Arya was extremely strong, the joint forces of a few dozen Destiny Realm experts were able to overcome her strength. Meanwhile, a sword howl resounded. Emperor Li and the others were horrified when they heard it. A moment later, the head of a Destiny Realm expert near Emperor Li shot up into the air. When the others realized what had happened, another Destiny Realm expert's head had shot up into the air. They had been able to focus their strength on Yang Yi earlier. So, even though Yang Yi was strong, he couldn't overcome their joint forces. But now, he had Arya to keep them busy, and so they couldn't focus on him. Under such circumstances, the threat Yang Yi posed multiplied by more than 10 times. Right when Yang Yi was about to attack again, something unexpected occurred. A loud explosion resounded and a white shadow was pushed back repeatedly. It was Tian Xiu. Yang Yi looked up, and then an afterimage suddenly appeared before him. Yang Yi twisted his body sideways while swinging his sword horizontally. At the instant he moved sideways, a pitch-black hand appeared before his face, and it slapped at him the moment his sword shot forward. Bang! Yang Yi was blasted over 3 kilometers back. The mysterious expert was in front of him. Suddenly, a ray of dark light slashed at the mysterious expert, and Tian Xiu was behind it. The mysterious expert glanced at the dark light and waved his right hand. Bang! The dark light exploded apart, but an even stronger wave of energy swept over from behind it. The mysterious expert clenched his right hand, and a huge, ethereal fist appeared behind him. A moment later, he vanished on the spot, and the huge fist descended. Tian Xiu seemed completely unafraid as she watched the huge fist descend. She stomped her right foot down, and transformed into a ray of dark light that slammed against the huge fist. Bang! The huge fist collapsed, but just a moment later, an afterimage appeared before Tian Xiu. Tian Xiu punched at it. The mysterious expert swung a punch as well. A ray of dark light and black light slammed against each other. Boom! A moment of silence ensued, and then a deafening explosion rumbled. After that, 2 figures were pushed back incessantly. Meanwhile, once he was certain that Tian Xiu wasn't in danger, Yang Yi charged at Emperor Li and the others. Because Arya was being besieged by them, but neither Arya or Yang Yi could fight all of them on their own. Meanwhile, a voice came from afar. Enter the city! As soon as the voice gave the order, the Destiny Realm expert from the 4-dimensional universe fled into the city. Emperor Li and the others fled to the city as well. They had planned to annihilate Arya, but after fighting her, they realized that while they had suppressed her, they couldn't do anything to her. That petite figure didn't just possess the strength to obliterate everything before her, her defenses were absolutely abnormal as well. They couldn't harm her at all. Instead of Arya, they would rather face Yang Yi. At the very least, they could kill him, but Arya was impossible to kill. Now that Arya and Yang Yi had joined forces, they didn't dare to face them at all. Yang Yi charged after the fleeing Destiny Realm experts. But a huge barrier of light suddenly appeared on the city walls, and it slammed down upon him. Yang Yi quickly stopped himself and swung his sword. A ray of sword energy flashed. Bang! The sword energy exploded apart, and Yang Yi was instantly blasted backward repeatedly. He was pushed around 30 kilometers away. Once he stopped himself, a wisp of blood seeped out from the corners of his mouth, and his right hand was trembling. Yang Yi gazed at the barrier of light which was retracting back to the city, and there was an extremely solemn expression on his face. Arya suddenly stopped charging as well, and then she glanced at Yang Yi. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched, and he hurriedly moved aside. He knew he couldn't afford to get into battle with her. Arya was so strong that he couldn't do anything to stop her. Arya didn't attack Yang Yi. She glanced at the mysterious expert who was still in battle with Tian Xiu, and then she vanished on the spot. The mysterious expert suddenly stopped, and then he turned around and pulled in opposite directions. Hiss! The space before him condensed into an ethereal shield. Meanwhile, Arya slammed against it. Boom! The shield didn't break, but the mysterious expert was blasted over 300 m back. Suddenly, a ray of black light flashed. Bang! The mysterious expert was blasted away again. Tian Xiu was about to attack again when she suddenly looked to the side. Arya was charging at her. Tian Xiu frowned slightly and twisted her right hand slightly. A ray of dazzling dark light slammed against Arya. She naturally recognized Arya. But at this moment, she didn't dare to hold back against the force of this attack. Boom! The dark light shattered and Tian Xiu was blasted backward repeatedly. Even she couldn't really endure Arya's strength. Arya was about to charge after Tian Xiu. Tian Xiu frowned slightly. Her right hand had cracked open from the collision. Yang Yi hurriedly appeared before Arya. Arya, don't attack her. You can't attack her because that's an ally. He pointed at the mysterious expert and did his best to convince her. Attack that guy. That's an enemy. Let's attack him together. Chapter 2787 Tanghulu. Chapter 2787 Tanghulu. Arya glanced coldly at Yang Yi. Yang Yi was a little worried because Arya wasn't that easy to reason with right now. If she insisted on attacking him and Tian Xiu, then the situation here would instantly change. His intuition told him that Arya really wanted to eat him too. If it wasn't for those horns, she would definitely hunt him to the ends of the world. Meanwhile, Arya suddenly moved her gaze away and looked at the mysterious expert. Actually, she was actually here for the mysterious expert. Arya suddenly vanished on the spot. Hiss! A sharp tearing sound resounded. Bang! The area where the mysterious expert stood collapsed. However, he suddenly appeared 3 kilometers away. Arya looked at the mysterious expert and slowly clenched her right fist. A vicious aura rippled out from her. Yang Yi frowned slightly because her aura was quite unusual. Bang! Suddenly, an explosion resounded in space, and then 2 figures flashed. Bang! A figure descended before Yang Yi and Tian Xiu. It was Qi Bitian. At this moment, her countenance was rather pale. Obviously, she was injured. Suddenly, Arya gazed at the mysterious expert in shadow, and then she charged over. Yang Yi's expression changed drastically from the sight of this, and then a ray of sword energy went after Arya. Monarch Yen suddenly took a step forward. Bang! A pitch-black arc of lightning swept out from him. Meanwhile, Arya's fist slammed forward. Bang! The lightning was forced to a stop. However, it wasn't destroyed by the force of her punch. Conversely, a figure slammed against Arya. It was the mysterious expert. Yang Yi appeared by Arya's side, and a sword stabbed at the mysterious expert. The mysterious expert decisively abandoned Arya and stopped moving. He pressed his arms inward toward his chest. Yan Ye's sword stopped just an inch away from the mysterious expert's forehead. The mysterious expert's arms had clamped down upon it. Meanwhile, Yan Yi suddenly grabbed the sword with his left hand and twisted it. Bang! A wave of powerful sword intent rippled forward. Bang! The mysterious expert was pushed over 300 m back, but right at this moment, a fiery red bolt of divine lightning appeared in Monarch Yan's grasp. He waved it at Arya. Watch out! Chi Bishan's voice suddenly resounded from behind Arya. Arya seemed as if she hadn't heard Chi Bitian and just slammed herself at it. A head-on collision with the body. Boom! In an instant, Arya was blasted away, and fiery red lightning flickered all around her. Countless arcs of fiery red lightning were madly corroding her body. H! Suddenly, Arya howled with fury, and her voice carried a trace of misery and pain. Yan Ye's figure stiffened slightly upon hearing this, and then he turned around and charged at Arya. Meanwhile, a palm slammed against his back. Bam! Yan Yi was blasted away. The armor on him was instantly blasted apart. While the armor had warded off most of the force, his entire body and internal organs had cracked open. A serious injury with one hit. The mysterious expert was about to attack again when a ray of dark light shot at him. Tian Xiu. Meanwhile, Chi Bitian stopped Monarch Yan. However, Monarch Yan's strength was even stronger than before now. Of course, it was because Chi Bitian was strong. Chi Bitian made him feel threatened, and that forced him to gradually expose his trump cards. Yan Yi arrived before Arya, and Arya, who was in great pain, slammed a punch at him. Yan Yi moved 300 m to the side, and then he summoned Snowy. Snowy gazed at Arya and immediately wanted to fly over. However, Yan Yi stopped her. He pointed at the fiery red lightning that was burning Arya. Snowy, can you get them off her? Arya was in an extremely berserk state. So, not only was he afraid of letting Snowy get closer to her, even he didn't dare to get close to her. Snowy glanced at the mysterious fiery red lightning, and then she waved her paw. The sprite staff appeared in her grasp. Snowy waved the sprite staff, and then the spirit energy in the surroundings suddenly converged. The spirit energy surged toward Arya like a torrent, causing Arya to suddenly stop when she was about to attack. Spirit energy. It was of no threat to her. Snowy opened her mouth, and then the mysterious fiery lightning around Arya started to tremble. They gradually left Arya and fled toward the surroundings. Snowy and Yang Yi sighed with relief when they witnessed this. However, Arya suddenly slapped her palm forward. Yan Ye's expression changed drastically, and he shot backward madly while holding Snowy in his arms. At this moment, the expressions of everyone here had changed. With Arya at the center, space started to collapse inch by inch. At the same time, a wave of powerful energy erupted like a volcano and surged madly in all directions. It was so powerful that the world dimmed down before it. Yang Yi shot backward like a madman, and it didn't take long for him to arrive before the floating city. Meanwhile, the energy had arrived before him. Yang Yi hurriedly tossed Snowy into the primordial pagoda, and then he raised his sword before him. A wave of sword intent and slaughter intent surged out madly from his sword. Bang! As soon as they collided with each other, Yan Ye's figure shook violently. However, had forcibly resisted it. Meanwhile, the energy didn't stop and slammed against the floating city. Meanwhile, a huge barrier of light appeared around the city walls. This time, it was made of lightning, and it emanated energy that wasn't any weaker to the energy Arya had released. As soon as they collided, the impact blasted Yan Yi into the air. At the same time, the entire city quaked like an earthquake was running through it. Tian Xiu and Chi Bitian stopped as well, and the mysterious expert and Shadow didn't attack either. At this moment, all of them were looking at Arya. Even Snowy had stuck her head out. Arya closed her eyes, and the scales around her were actually starting to fall off. Meanwhile, the horns on her head were gradually changing. They were undergoing an indescribably transformation. Suddenly, the mysterious expert said, She's evolving! We can't allow her to succeed! At this moment, his aura suddenly rose explosively. Rumble! The world shook violently, and then everything here started to turn ethereal. Yan Yi had a solemn expression on his face. The mysterious expert clearly planned to expose his true strength in order to kill Arya. Yan Yi practically didn't hesitate to toss Snowy back into the primordial pagoda before charging at the mysterious expert. Qibitian glanced at Tianxiu, and the latter nodded slightly. She tapped her right foot down, and a ray of black light flashed. Yan Yi was the first to arrive before the mysterious expert, and the latter was furious. Fuck off! The mysterious expert immediately slammed a punch at Yan Yi. The strength of this punch was simply incomparable to any attack the mysterious expert had previously revealed. A ferocious glow flashed through Yan Yi's eyes. Actually, his intuition told him that he shouldn't go head-on against this punch, because his body had already been damaged from going head-on against the last punch. So, it was very unwise to go head-on against this punch right now. But he had no other choice. Arya was behind him. Yan Yi tightened his grip on the sword precursor, and then he slashed the domain's sword. A mouthful of blood sprayed from Yan Yi before the punch even arrived before him, and then the punch slammed against his sword. At this moment, Yan Yi stomped his right foot down. Bang! The space below him exploded into bits. Meanwhile, he relied on the counterforce to forcefully stop himself from being blasted away. However, forcibly stopping himself like that caused a few more mouthfuls of blood to spray from him. Arya gazed at Yan Yi from behind, and no one knew what she was thinking. Suddenly, Snowy appeared before Arya. Arya's originally calm gaze instantly became vicious from the sight of Snowy. Yan Yi's expression changed drastically when he sensed this, and he couldn't go to Snowy right now. Yan Yi swung his sword repeatedly at the mysterious expert. However, it was he who was pushed back repeatedly. Meanwhile, Snowy ignored the vicious aura around Arya. She went over to Arya, just like she used to. Snowy waved her paws swiftly. As she waved them, she pointed behind Arya while anxiety covered her chubby face. Obviously, she wanted Arya to run. Arya gazed at Snowy, and Shed already clenched her fist. An old enemy. Snowy and Arya could be said to be born enemies, just like fire and water. In the past, Arya would naturally not harm Snowy, but she wasn't the same Arya anymore. She had undisguised killing intent in her eyes as she gazed at Snowy. But Snowy hadn't noticed that at all. She felt that Arya didn't understand what she was saying and started waving her paws even more quickly. Meanwhile, Arya suddenly clenched her right fist. She was about to attack when Snowy opened her mouth. Run! There was still no sound when she spoke. As she spoke, she withdrew many fruits and placed them before Arya. They were world-born fruits and chaotic fruits. Besides that, there was the desolate axe. It was Arya's old weapon. She'd given Arya everything she felt was a treasure to Arya. Suddenly, Arya grabbed Snowy by the throat. At practically the exact same moment, a Tanghulu appeared in Snowy's grasp. Arya was stunned as she gazed at the Tanghulu, and then she stopped herself. As she gazed at it, tears suddenly surged out of her eyes. A moment of silence ensued, and then Arya suddenly howled with fury. A moment later, she clenched her right fist before slamming it against her head. Chapter 2788 Snowy, be good from now on. Chapter 2788 Snowy, be good from now on. Bam! Arya was blasted away. Meanwhile, Snowy was stunned. A moment later, she charged over. At the same time, Arya crawled up from the ground, and there was blood coming from her eyes, nostrils, and ears. Her physical defenses were formidable, and very few could do anything to her. However, if she attacked herself, when she saw Snowy appear before her again, Arya glanced coldly at Snowy, and then she grabbed the Tanghulu in Snowy's grasp before vanishing into the distance. Evolution. Her body was at the most critical moment of her evolution, so her intuition made her choose to leave immediately. Snowy was stunned as she watched Arya vanish into the distance. Bang! Suddenly, a figure slammed into the ground before her. It was Yan Yi. At this moment, Yan Yi was in a terrible state. He was covered in blood. Especially his arms, they had cracked open and had severely warped. Even the bones within them could be seen very clearly. Snowy was stunned by the sight of this. An instant later, she gazed at the mysterious expert who was charging in their direction. She was about to charge with the sprite staff, but Yan Yi suddenly stood up. He grabbed her and tossed her into the primordial pagoda. In the primordial pagoda, Snowy descended firmly onto the ascension platform. She rolled on it quite a bit before finally crawling up to her feet. After that, she was about to charge out again, but the woman in white stopped her. The little fellow would just be causing trouble if she was allowed to head outside right now. Snowy waved her paws swiftly while anxiety covered her face. The woman in white spoke softly. I know, don't worry. Snowy was still waving her paws. Moreover, her eyes kept wandering off into the surroundings. Obviously, she was prepared to run at any moment. The woman in white rubbed Snowy's head, looked up at the sky, and her eyes gradually turned icy cold. Outside the primordial pagoda, the mysterious expert suddenly stopped and turned around. Meanwhile, a woman arrived before him. It was Tian Xiu. Tian Xiu formed a seal and spoke softly. Omni Ruin! Bang! In an instant, the space around the mysterious expert exploded apart inch by inch. Countless rays of dark light surged toward the mysterious expert. Meanwhile, the mysterious expert pressed his index and middle finger together, and then he tapped it forward. Annihilation of life! As soon as his finger descended, the mass of dark light suddenly stopped. It was like they had been frozen there. A moment later, countless specks of black that seemed like snowflakes appeared here. Along with their arrival, the dark light started to be obliterated inch by inch. In just a short while, all the dark light had completely vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, a shadow flashed through the black specks. Bang! Tian Xiu was blasted away. The afterimage charged at Tian Xiu's figure again. However, a ray of sword energy suddenly slammed down at it. The afterimage stopped, turned around swiftly, and then raised his right hand lightly. A speck of black light shot forward. Bang! The sword energy shattered. The mysterious expert looked in Yan Yi's direction and pressed his palms down slightly. In an instant, countless black specks of light appeared around Yan Yi. These black specks of light were extremely terrifying, and every one of them contained horrifying energy. Yan Yi's face was rather ferocious at this moment. While he was seriously injured, there was no fear in his eyes. Yan Yi held the sword precursor in his right grasp while blood surged incessantly toward it. Suddenly, the black specks of light started moving rapidly in Yan Yi's direction. Yan Yi's pupils constricted. He was about to swing his sword when a white shadow suddenly flashed before him, and then rays of sword energy bloomed before him like lotuses. The woman in white. Hiss! 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 A horrifying wave of shattering resounded. After being locked in a stalemate against the black specks of light for a few breaths of time, the lotuses around Yan Yi started to gradually wither and be obliterated. At the same time, Yan Yi noticed that the woman in white's countenance had practically instantly turned ghastly pale. Yan Yi didn't hesitate to take a step forward, and then a wave of mysterious energy appeared here. The sword domain. As soon as he unleashed the sword domain, Yan Yi's face warped because he was heavily injured right now. Forcibly utilizing the sword domain could be said to be beyond the limits of his body. But he had practically no choice right now. It was the time to risk his life. If he didn't risk it now, then he would lose it soon after. If he risked it now, he may have a chance to survive. At the instant the sword domain appeared, the specks of black light seemed to show signs of being suppressed, but just an instant later, they started to fight back crazily. At this moment, Yan Yi almost lost consciousness. Yan Yi bit the tip of his tongue and forced himself to stay awake. After that, she stabbed his sword forward. An attack that carried his full strength. Bang! A wave of powerful sword intent, slaughter intent, and blood-red sword energy rippled out like a wave in the sword domain. Bang! 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 Explosions resounded incessantly through the area. At the same time, countless rays of sword energy and various other forms of energy rippled madly in all directions. Everywhere they passed, space was practically obliterated in an instant. It was extremely shocking. The mysterious expert didn't try to attack again and just shot backward. After that, he waved his right hand, and the wave of energy that arrived before him was instantly turned into nothingness. At this moment, the mysterious expert's aura was actually slightly stronger than before. Yan Yi was supporting himself up by pressing both hands against his sword, and blood was seeping out incessantly from the corners of his mouth. His body was covered in cracks, even his face had cracked completely. It was an absolutely horrifying sight. The woman in white and Tian Xiu were in front of him. On the other side, Qi Bitian was in a fierce battle against Monarch Yen. However, she was being suppressed right now. Meanwhile, the woman in white waved her right hand, and past life suddenly shot forward. Monarch Yen suddenly stopped, and then he turned around and slammed the fiery red lightning forward. Bang! A dazzling fiery glow and a ray of sword energy exploded apart in midair. A moment of silence ensued, and then the fiery red lightning pierced through the sword energy and surged down upon the woman in white. She remained indifferent as she took a step forward, and lotuses bloomed below her feet. A moment later, she transformed into a ray of white light that shot up into the sky. She was going straight for the lightning. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded through the sky, and then a lotus of swords exploded apart before a white figure crashed down from above. Tian Xiu frowned slightly before Yang Yi, and then she wiped off the blood on the corner of her mouth. She was about to attack when Yang Yi suddenly grabbed her hand. She gazed at him, and her hands trembled at the sight of him right now. She stretched out her hand to touch Yang Yi's face. You go first. Yang Yi shook his head. Tian Xiu spoke softly. It's not the time to be willful. Yang Yi shook his head again. It wasn't that he refused to speak, it was just very difficult for him to speak right now. He pulled Tian Xiu and Qi Beiyan behind him, and then he supported up the woman in white. At this moment, all three of them were seriously injured. Of course, they were in a slightly better state than him. At this moment, the experts in the city had emerged. There were over 40 peak Destiny Realm experts around them, and a huge barrier of light had appeared around the city. This barrier of light emanated monstrous pressure that slammed down upon them in waves. A disadvantage, an absolute disadvantage. Yan Yi wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth and raised his palm. A small golden pagoda appeared there. The primordial pagoda. Yang Yi passed it to Tian Xiu. Tian Xiu frowned slightly. She was about to speak when Yang Yi suddenly said, I don't know if he'll survive. If I don't, then allow me to die before all of you. If you can, just leave. They want me, so please do as I say. As he spoke, blood was practically spraying from his mouth. Tian Xiu looked Yang Yi in the eyes, and he cracked a smile. Let me protect all of you just once. As he spoke, Yang Yi suddenly turned around and charged at the mysterious expert and Monarch Yen. Tian Xiu's expression changed drastically. She was about to stop Yang Yi when a strand of mysterious energy enveloped them. The sword domain. The sword domain descended upon all three of them. They were shocked and hurriedly withdrew their energy. If they were to release their energy now, even if it was just their physical strength, it would cause a huge amount of damage to Yang Yi. However, if they didn't do anything, they couldn't catch up to him at all. Just like that, Yang Yi instantly created distance between them. At this moment, Tian Xiu's face was ghastly pale, and it was like she had lost her soul. Yang Yi was growing faster and faster, and his eyes were shut tight. At this moment, figures flashed incessantly through his mind. Qinshi, Snowy, Weiran, Yushi, Jixian, Area, Tian Xiu, Qi Bitian. Yang Yi's face was covered in tears without him even realizing it. His life had meaning because of their presence. Suddenly Yang Yi's voice came from afar. Snowy, be good from now on. Snowy looked up at the sky from within the primordial pagoda. She stretched out her little paw while her tiny figure trembled violently. At this moment, her mind was blank. Outside the primordial pagoda, Yan Yi was growing closer and closer to the mysterious expert and monarch Yin, and they didn't do anything. Their joint forces were even capable of going against the strongest form of destiny. Suddenly, Yan Yi roared with laughter. At this moment, he thought of nothing in his mind. He sought death. He was truly seeking death this time. Yan Yi grabbed the hilt of his sword, and at the instant he drew it, he spoke softly in his heart. "Goodbye, forever!" As soon as he finished speaking, his sword left its sheath. At this moment, it seemed like the world had frozen still. At a point high above the clouds, the woman seated before the go board stood up abruptly. Justice, that was on the board, seemed to have sensed something and shook violently while emanating a resounding sword howl. She looked down and frowned slightly. An empty mind and an attack to decide on life and death. The sword Tao of fate. At this moment, her face was very gloomy. At a distant point in the starry sky, a sword cultivator in a cloud-white robe stopped abruptly because his sword was trembling violently in his grasp. Chapter 2789 Sacrifice yourselves to my Tao. Chapter 2789 Sacrifice yourselves to my Tao. The sword cultivator looked down at his sword, and it gradually calmed down. The sword cultivator looked in a certain direction, and then he grinned and continued forward. The four-dimensional universe. When Yang Yi charged at the mysterious expert and monarch Yen, Tian Xiu and the others knew that he would die. However, they were stunned when they saw his attack. Meanwhile, Monarch Yen and the mysterious expert's faces changed drastically. A moment ago, they felt that unless the strongest form of destiny was here, no one could possibly save Yang Yi. Yang Yi was bound for death. It was what they thought just a moment ago. But at this moment, those thoughts had vanished. When a sword cultivator forgot life and death, and had just a clear mind, it represented that sword cultivator's sword carried both the sword Tao of emotion and the emotionless sword Tao. Emotionless because of emotion. Especially when that sword cultivator was already at the ordinary sword realm. Monarch Yen was the first to attack. At this moment, his aura instantly rose explosively. At the same time, the fiery red lightning in his grasp slashed at Yang Yi like a fiery saber. Yang Yi's sword descended. Unlike before, it was soundless and without any fluctuations of energy, and it didn't even emanate a glow, sword intent, or sword energy. It was unusually calm. The sword descended. A moment later, it struck the fiery red lightning, and it didn't stop at all as it continued down. Meanwhile, the fiery red lightning was sliced into two and soundlessly turned ethereal. It didn't cause any loud noise or surge of energy. The sword arrived above Monarch Yen. The latter didn't choose to go head-on against this. He tapped his right foot down and floated backward. The sword continued down. Monarch Yan's body exploded in the distance. But just a moment later, his shattered body actually healed on its own. However, it was ethereal. Annihilation of life! Meanwhile, a voice resounded in Yang Yi's ears. A moment later, numerous thumb-sized specks of black light appeared in the space around Yang Yi. They were like numerous tiny black holes that were madly devouring everything around Yang Yi. Actually, they were black holes, but they were shrunk down from numerous huge black holes. The devouring force they possessed was something that could even destroy Tian Xiu's Omni-Ruin. Yang Yi took a step back and raised his right hand. The sword precursor stood on his palm. When the black specks of light surged at him, the sword precursor suddenly started spinning rapidly. Hiss! 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 Rays of sword energy bloomed like flowers as they rippled toward the surroundings. As soon as the sword energy and black specks of light came into contact, they shook violently, and then the space in the surroundings suddenly turned ethereal. 2 breaths of time later, a huge expanse of space around Yang Yi and the mysterious expert had turned pitch black. However, the sword energy and black specks of light were still there. They were still colliding intensely. However, they didn't remain in a stalemate for long. The mysterious expert suddenly shot backward because Chi Bitian and the others had arrived. They stood before Yan Yi, and the mysterious expert and Monarch Yin didn't attack either. As for the Destiny Realm experts in the surroundings, they didn't dare to attack at all. Tian Xiu gazed coldly at Monarch Yin. She was about to attack when the Destiny Realm experts around them retreated. Meanwhile, the mysterious expert led the experts of the End World back into the floating city. Monarch Yin and the mysterious expert stood on the city walls. The woman in white glanced at them and said, "Let's go!" Chi Bitian and Tian Xiu nodded, and then they vanished into the distance with Yang Yi. On the city walls, the mysterious expert suddenly said, "What a pity!" Monarch Yin spoke softly. "It is a pity. Not only has he attained the ordinary sword realm, he has grasped a new type of the sword Dao, and that sword Dao, I'm afraid it's only inferior to those two sword cultivators." The mysterious expert gazed at Monarch Yin and was puzzled. "Two?" Monarch Yin replied softly. "A sword cultivator in a cloud-white robe. He's very strong." The mysterious expert asked. "How strong?" Monarch Yin fell silent for an instant and replied, "I have no confidence in winning, even if I use all my trump cards. Of course, that woman is even more terrifying. She has always been a mystery." The mysterious expert shot a glance up into space. At a point above the clouds, there was a simply godlike woman looking down upon the living beings below the clouds. A short while later, the mysterious expert suddenly spoke softly. "What about our plan?" Monarch Yin nodded. "It's almost there," the mysterious expert said. "Hurry it up, even if there's a price to pay." Monarch Yin nodded. Three-dimensional universe. A point in outer space. A part of space cracked open, and then a few figures flashed out from there. It was Yang Yi and the others. As soon as they appeared, Tian Xiu gazed at Yang Yi, and then she swung a punch at him. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly crashed to the ground. Tian Xiu was shocked, and her punch was unfurled into a palm that caught Yang Yi's falling figure. "He's very seriously injured," the woman in white spoke solemnly. "Send him into the pagoda." Tian Xiu hurriedly placed the primordial pagoda into Yan Yi, and then she took Yan Yi into it. Outside the pagoda, Chi Bitian and the woman in white didn't head inside. Chi Bitian glanced at the woman in white. "You're not like the rest of them." The woman in white grinned. Of course she knew who Chi Bitian was speaking about. Chi Bitian looked up at the distant starry sky. "Those two didn't use their full strength earlier, right?" The woman in white nodded. Chi Bitian spoke softly. "How strong are they?" She pondered deeply for a moment and replied, "Greater than us, weaker than her." Chi Bitian's eyes narrowed slightly. "How strong is she?" The woman in white glanced at Chi Bitian. "It would take less than 3 attacks for her to kill me." In an instant, the area fell silent. A short while passed before the woman in white spoke. "I'm leaving," Chi Bitian asked. "Where are you going?" She grinned. "To the other two forms of me. It's time for us to meet. Otherwise, we may never have another chance. Take care." The woman in white transformed into a ray of sword energy that vanished into the boundless sky. Chi Bitian watched her leave in silence. Come in the primordial pagoda. Yan Yi laid there on the ascension platform. Su Qinshi and all the other people and demon beasts in the primordial pagoda were standing around the platform. All of them had extremely solemn expressions on their faces as they gazed at Yan Yi's figure. Snowy was releasing all kinds of spirit energy while crying as she stood before Yan Yi. She was extremely sad, and her tears were flowing like a river. The hearts of the others ached from the sight of this. With the help of the primordial violet energy and Snowy's special spirit energy, Yan Yi's injuries were gradually healing. Su Qinshi and the others heaved a sigh of relief when they witnessed this. The demons seemed to visibly relax as well. After being by Yan Yi's side for so long, they had naturally formed feelings of friendship toward him. Around an hour later, Yan Yi suddenly opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was Snowy's chubby face. Snowy scratched Yan Yi's face gently with her tiny paws and cracked a smile. Yan Yi grinned, and then he stood up and glanced at the surroundings. His smile grew brighter when he saw all the familiar faces here. Yan Yi spoke softly. All of you are here! Snowy hurriedly nodded while Su Qinshi and the others started crying instead. When Yan Yi charged at Monarch Yen and the mysterious expert, no one could understand the despair they felt. At that moment, their hearts had stopped. Yan Yi stood up and went to hug all of them, even the demon beasts. When he chose to die, he realized how important all of them were to him. At that time, his mind was blank. Actually, this blankness wasn't thinking about nothing, but rather it was thinking about everything. At that moment, he hadn't just attained the sword Tao of fate, had attained the emotionless sword Tao. Emotionlessness wasn't being heartless, it was emotionless for emotion. The sword Tao of emotion included the emotionless sword Tao. Yan Yi left the primordial pagoda while Snowy fell asleep on his shoulder. Now, Snowy refused to leave Yan Yi for even a moment, not even while she slept. She insisted on sleeping on his shoulder. Yan Yi felt rather helpless toward this, and of course, his heart ached as well. The little fellow was so worried about him. Shed lost Area, and she would collapse if she lost him too. Tianxiu glanced at Snowy's snoring figure, and then she gazed at Yan Yi. What do you plan to do now? Yan Yi shook his head. Take it one step at a time. Tianxiu nodded. Your current strength is at the peak of the three-dimensional universe. It can be said that perhaps only a handful are capable of killing you on their own. However, don't underestimate Monarch Yen and that mysterious expert. They are formidable. Yan Yi nodded. Even at the end, he could still sense that they hadn't used their full strengths during the last battle. They were still concealing their strength. Yan Yi knew that they still hadn't treated him as their greatest opponent. It wasn't that they were looking down on him, but the woman above the clouds was too strong. The woman above the clouds. Yan Yi looked up and wondered how strong she really was. Tianxiu suddenly said, We're leaving. Yan Yi moved his gaze back to Tianxiu. Where are you going? Tianxiu and Qi Bitian exchanged glances. In the end, Qi Bitian smiled. According to our inference, no matter what that woman is planning, she should be making a move soon. We want to seize this final period of time to go look for something. Yan Yi asked curiously. What? Qi Bitian smiled. You'll know when the time comes. Yan Yi was at a loss for words. Tianxiu walked over to Yan Yi, and her figure gradually soared into the air. She stopped when her head towered over Yan Yi's head. She patted him on the shoulder and said, I'll be there when you need me. She turned around and vanished into the sky with Qi Bitian. Somewhere in the clouds. The woman gazed at the Go board before her with a smile on the corners of her mouth while ceaselessly flipping a Go piece between her right index and middle fingers. Meanwhile, a shadow sat before her. She put the piece down. I want the three-dimensional universe destroyed. 10 days. Nothing must be alive in the three-dimensional universe within 10 days. Can you do that? The shadow fell silent for a moment, and shook his head. The woman waved her right hand, and justice vanished from the side. A moment later, a sword appeared above the floating city in the four-dimensional universe and descended. Boom! A pitch-black barrier of light appeared in the air above the city. Meanwhile, the sword descended. Bang! The terrifying barrier of light exploded apart. It had been shattered with such ease, high above in the clouds. The shadow suddenly howled with fury. Why don't you do it yourself? She glanced at him. Do you know what my Tao is? She didn't wait for the shadow to reply and grinned. The Fate Tao. With but a thought, the world grows and flourishes, and with just a single thought, everything changes. I've accomplished the former. She walked over to the divine tree at the side, looked down beneath the clouds, and spoke softly. Living beings of the world, sacrifice yourselves to my Tao. Chapter 2790 An Unstoppable Sword. Chapter 2790 An Unstoppable Sword. The Fate Tao. The area suddenly fell silent. However, in the sky above the floating city in the four-dimensional universe, Justice was descending slowly. The powerful aura it emanated caused the world to warp before it. Countless experts were looking at the sword from within the city. All of them felt only despair before that sword. That woman again! Some of the older experts here recognized that sword. All those years ago, when the four-dimensional universe planned to take over the three-dimensional universe, it was that woman who'd come here to their universe. Those who hadn't experienced that battle would never know how terrifying she was. No one could stop her sword. It was this same sword that had suffocated the four-dimensional universe for thousands of years. Now, that sword was here again. When Justice was about to strike the city, the shadow suddenly said, "It'll do it." Justice suddenly stopped above the city, but just a moment later, it slashed down at the city. Hiss! A ray of sword energy entered the city, and countless shrill cries resounded throughout the city. At least a quarter of the city's residents had been killed by this attack. In an instant, blood flowed into rivers throughout the streets. A monstrous aura suddenly erupted from the shadow and slammed down at the woman. She didn't move, but the aura vanished as soon as it passed the go board. It was like the aura had never been there. She put down another piece and said, "That was punishment for you." The shadow fell silent for a short moment and sat down again. The woman smiled. "I know you want to kill me, and you've made some preparations. To be honest, I look forward to it a little." The shadow didn't say anything in response, and just gradually turned ethereal. A moment later, he vanished from her vision. Meanwhile, Justice descended on the go board. She picked up the sword, walked over to an empty area, and then started practicing with the sword. Stab, flick, swing, slash, chop, angled slash. They were all basic moves, and there was nothing special about them. But if one looked carefully, one would notice that every swing contained a certain sword Tao. Throughout these countless years of the past, the woman had comprehended numerous sword Taos. Meanwhile, she swung her sword again. This attack was a straight stab, but it carried an intent to fight until the end. The sword Tao of fate. She suddenly put her sword away and shook her head slightly. "It lacks a little something when compared to him. However, it's understandable. After all, no one can make me have the resolve to decide our fate in one clash." She sat down before the go board, and the sword automatically descended before the board. Universe City. Yan Yi returned to the city without making a sound. Only Ding Xiaoyao knew that he was back. In Ding Xiaoyao's room, she spoke softly. "How is the situation out there?" Yan Yi shook his head. "It's bad." It wasn't that he was being pessimistic, but the situation was bad. Even at his current level of strength, he still felt the three-dimensional universe had no chance. Ding Xiaoyao fell silent. Yan Yi smiled. "Do you have any ideas?" She shook her head. "No, I don't." Yan Yi spoke softly. "Take the god race and leave." Ding Xiaoyao's petite figure trembled. A short while later, Ding Xiaoyao shook her head. "I've already given my everything to the god race." She looked up at the man who stood before her. "This time, you live then I live, and if you die, I die." Yan Yi sighed softly and didn't say anything else. A short while later, Yan Yi left the room. He went into the city, and he noticed that the atmosphere here was extremely oppressive. While Universe City had constantly resisted the pressure it suffered from the outside world, everyone knew that wasn't the end of it. The storm was still on its way. Yan Yi walked slowly through the streets. The entire street was empty, and he only saw a few people walking through it from time to time. Moreover, they were rushing through as if they were in pursuit of someone. Even Universe City has started to fall into chaos. Yan Yi continued forward slowly, just all by himself. The living beings. The heaven Tao. These words suddenly appeared in Yan Yi's mind. Yan Yi had come all the way here from an absolutely small world, profounder continent, and had experienced all sorts of things along the way. At this moment, he felt like human life was worthless. Regardless of whether it was at profounder continent, the radiant dimension, eternal kingdom, or any other world had been to. The lives in those worlds had been so worthless and insignificant. Perhaps two extraordinary experts would clash in battle, and then everyone else would perish as a result of it. And those extraordinary experts felt no pity toward those lost lives. In the eyes of the strong, the lives of the ordinary were insignificant like ants. Yang Yi suddenly withdrew a scripture and flipped it open. In the scripture, a row of words appeared before him. The heavens fails to control the Grand Tao completely, and there is a way to escape. Yang Yi suddenly frowned. The heavens fails to control the Grand Tao completely, and there is a way to escape. That means it is imperfect. Destiny escaped by surpassing herself and the Tao. If man and Grand Tao merge, then it is perfection of the Grand Tao. The true Grand Tao isn't transcendence. And Yang Yi's frown deepened at this point. What else? It was like head sensed something but failed to grasp it. Yang Yi's gaze gradually became blank. Meanwhile, the sword precursor suddenly left its sheath and floated before him. Bang! Suddenly, a huge explosion resounded in the sky above Universe City. In practically an instant, everyone in the city looked up. A huge black vortex had appeared in the sky above the city, and it was emanating strands of terrifying pressure that seemed capable of obliterating the world. Everyone in the city felt a strand of lethal and suffocating pressure. Activate the formation! A voice resounded in the city. Along with that command, a huge circle of light appeared in the air above the city. The circle of light didn't cover the entire city. It was only around 300 m wide, and it was many times smaller than the black vortex. However, it emanated an aura that wasn't any weaker to the black vortex. Their invisible energy started to collide madly in the sky above the city. Meanwhile, all the Destiny Realm experts converged in Universe Hall. Huang Ying practically immediately asked upon meeting Ding Xiaoyao. Where's Brother Yang? Yang Yi was their pillar of support. Ding Xiaoyao shook her head. He's in the city, but he seems to have entered into a profound state. It's best not to disturb him. Huang Ying and the others nodded. While they wanted Yang Yi to be here, they were very well aware that sword cultivators had moments of sudden enlightenment. If they were to disturb him now, it would be very bad for him. Moreover, if Yang Yi benefited from this enlightenment, it would be extremely beneficial to Universe City. Ding Xiaoyao raised her hands and pressed them down in order to indicate that the others should calm down and let her speak. Calm down! They gazed at her, and she sat down before speaking. Allow me to be honest. At this point, we have no other choice. Fighting to the death is our only way out. Of course, if anyone wants to flee for their lives, please feel free to do so. I guarantee that we won't stop you. Not only will we not stop you, even Yang Yi won't do anything to you because of your decision. I can guarantee all of that. A black-robed old man suddenly stepped forward and said, Miss Ding, just tell us how we should fight them. A middle-aged man nodded. To be honest, everyone wants to live, but we are very well aware that the four-dimensional universe is out there, and destiny stands above us all. So, how would we possibly survive? Drag out our existence as we once did? In any case, I don't want to live that life anymore. Besides that, during this time with Brother Yang, I finally understand why our strength is inferior to him. It's because he dares to fight. He shook his head and smiled. I don't want to cower again. If I die, I die. At the very least, it won't be that aggrieving. The old man nodded slightly. I've had too many days like that. Now I really don't want to go back to that. Miss Ding, since Brother Yang isn't here, you can make the decisions. Ding Xiaoyao glanced at them, and none of the others raised any objections. Ding Xiaoyao felt quite gratified because Yang Yi had done so much for the universe and this city. So, if these people really chose to leave, she would be disappointed. She would be disappointed for Yang Yi. Actually, she'd been prepared to kill whoever dared to leave at a time like this. Even if it was against her own principles, and even if she would be breaking her own promise, she would still kill the person. Yang Yi had done too much for this city. He shouldn't suffer such betrayal. Ding Xiaoyao gazed at Qindozi. How long can the formation last? Qindozi fell silent. Ding Xiaoyao asked softly, What is it? Chen Dozi shook his head. If it's just a black vortex, my formation can last a very long time. But if the four-dimensional universe attacks in full force... Suddenly, everyone looked out the hall, and then practically all the experts here left it. All of them looked up, and they saw a middle-aged man walking out of the black vortex. Monarch Yen! Every step he took caused the world to tremble violently. Meanwhile, Monarch Yen took another step. Crack! Everyone watched as the huge circle of light above the city suddenly cracked apart. Chen Dozi was shocked. He must be stopped. Get City Governor Yang! As soon as he said that, Jian Wudi spoke abruptly. Don't disturb him. It'll help him stop that fellow for a moment. He vanished on the spot, and then a ray of sword energy suddenly appeared high above. Monarch Yen stopped. When the sword energy arrived around 3 m away from him, his figure suddenly turned ethereal. A moment later, he appeared behind the sword energy, and the sword energy shattered soundlessly. Jian Wudi's figure stiffened behind the sword energy. It was because a hand had suddenly grabbed him by the throat. It was Monarch Yen. Monarch Yan's eyes were filled with disregard. Besides that woman, everyone else in the three-dimensional universe is just a useless dog. He squeezed down slightly as he finished speaking. Bang! Jian Wudi's body exploded apart. Dead? Chapter 2791 Yan Yi. Get out here! Chapter 2791 Yan Yi. Get out here! Along with Jian Wudi's death, numerous figures flashed out from behind Monarch Yen. In just a short while, around 20 huge demons appeared in the sky above Universe City. Besides that, there were around 30 towering giants. Every one of them was at the peak of the Destiny Realm. Moreover, an endless stream of mysterious beings were still emerging. Some of them were at the Destiny Realm while others weren't. Everyone in Universe City turned ghastly pale from the sight of this. The four-dimensional universe was here in full force. At this moment, they understood what the four-dimensional universe was planning. They were here for a final battle to decide the war's outcome. At this moment, the hearts of everyone in the city sank. The city had started to fall into slight panic when they saw Jian Wudi being killed in an instant. Terror was like a plague that swept through Universe City, and so some started fleeing the city. Terror could sometimes make people risk everything in battle and reveal strength far beyond what they were usually capable of, but it could also instantly cause the collapse of a person's mind. In the city, Lu Yuan spoke abruptly. What about the city? Ding Xiaoyao shook her head. Ignore it. Lu Yuan nodded and didn't say anything else. Ding Xiaoyao looked up, and the experts of the four-dimensional universe filled the sky. Moreover, more and more experts were ceaselessly emerging from the pitch-black vortex. Even though there were no more than 50 Destiny Realm experts among them, there were countless other experts up there. The four-dimensional universe was truly attacking in full force. Ding Xiaoyao spoke softly. Activate the formation! Chindozi nodded and vanished on the spot. A moment later, the huge circle of light in the sky shook violently, and then countless beams of light surged up into the air and shot at the experts from the four-dimensional universe. Monarch Yen took a step forward, stretched his right hand out slowly, and gently pressed it down. Bang! The beams of light instantly exploded apart, and were obliterated. Ding Xiaoyao and the others' expressions changed once more. Their faces were quite unsightly. Monarch Yan's strength was much, much stronger than before. Ding Xiaoyao commanded again. Activate the formation! Bang! At this moment, formations appeared all over the universe, and then countless beams of light that contained terrifying energy traveled through space and arrived in the air above Universe City. The universe formation. Ding Xiaoyao had activated the strongest formation in Universe City. Meanwhile, a huge barrier of white light suddenly appeared in the sky from within the city. After that, numerous powerful beams of light shot up into the air. Coupled with the beams of light that arrived from all over the universe, the entire army from the four-dimensional universe was enveloped by the beams of light. Monarch Yen remained indifferent. He didn't go head-on against the formation. While he had the strength to destroy the formation, he didn't want to waste his energy on it. After all, the three-dimensional universe still had Yan Yi, Qi Bitian, Tian Xiu, and the three other forms of destiny. Monarch Yan retreated, and so did the other experts of the four-dimensional universe. They retreated behind the black vortex. A moment later, the beams of light arrived before the black vortex. Meanwhile, the black vortex started spinning rapidly, and then waves of terrifying devouring force swept out from the black vortex. Hiss! 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 Horrifying sounds of shattering resounded through the sky. The beams of light started to be obliterated inch by inch before the devouring force of the black vortex. Ding Xiaoyao and the others had gloomy expressions on their faces as they watched. Unleash the formation again! Ding Xiaoyao's voice resounded once more. Meanwhile, the entire city shook violently, and then an invisible wave of light suddenly rippled up into the air. Everywhere the wave of light passed, space was sliced open and turned ethereal as if it had been sliced open by a sharp blade. It was absolutely shocking. As soon as the beams of light in the sky vanished, the wave of light carried a wave of monstrous might as it slammed against the black vortex. Boom! A moment of silence ensued, and then it sounded like a thunderclap rumbling in their ears. After that, the sky above the city turned pitch black. It was like the sky had collapsed. Meanwhile, both the wave of light and black vortex were still within the pitch black hole in space, and they were ceaselessly destroying and devouring each other. Ding Xiaoyao gazed at the black hole for a long time. Suddenly, she turned around and walked off. A moment later, she arrived on the streets, and Yan Yi was in front of her. Yan Yi gazed at the sword before him with a slightly blank expression in his eyes. He had a deep frown on his face, and he seemed to be slightly struggling. He seemed to be in some pain, and it was like he had encountered some sort of dilemma. Ding Xiaoyao gazed at Yang Yi for a long time. In the end, she turned around and spoke softly. Show yourselves! As soon as she said that, a group of sword cultivators appeared before her. It was the sword cultivators of the ancient sword sect. They were led by Gun Ye. Ding Xiaoyao spoke softly. Your strength is insufficient to participate in a battle of this level, so staying here is pointless. Now I order you to leave Universe City for the various other worlds in this universe. Now that the war is here, many powers and people will start wars to fuel their greed, and I need all of you to patrol the universe and suppress them. If you encounter any injustice, you are authorized to kill first and report later. Gu Nia glanced at Yan Yi and was slightly hesitant. Ding Xiaoyao spoke softly. All of you are the future hope of the three-dimensional universe. Destiny Realm experts may not survive this battle. Even if they did, very few would survive. So, these sword cultivators before her were the future of the three-dimensional universe. They couldn't be allowed to die here. Otherwise, the three-dimensional universe's inheritance and civilization would die here. Gu Nia fell silent for a long time, and then he nodded. He led the others to Yang Yi, and all of them fell to one knee. Gu Nia gazed at Yang Yi and spoke softly. Sect Master, take care of yourself. A short while later, all of them silently left Universe City. Just as Ding Xiaoyao had said, once the four-dimensional universe attacked with everything it had, the entire three-dimensional universe fell into chaos. Not everyone had the resolve to fight to the death. In such a hopeless situation, the darkest parts of many fully emerged to the surface. If no one was there to suppress all of this, the entire three-dimensional universe would become hell. Ding Xiaoyao glanced at Yang Yi, and then she left. In front of Universe Hall, everyone gazed at Ding Xiaoyao, and she spoke softly. We must buy some time for him. The others nodded. Meanwhile, a huge palm suddenly swept through the pitch-black hole in space. Bang! The violent energy in the black hole was instantly swept away. A moment later, the black hole gradually healed. Once the space there fully healed, the experts from the four-dimensional universe led by Monarch Yan appeared once more before Ding Xiaoyao and the others. Monarch Yan glanced at them. It's such a rare occurrence to see Yang Yi not showing himself when things have already come to this. Wait. It seems all of you are buying time for him. Ding Xiaoyao didn't say a word and just looked toward a certain point in the city. Activate the formation! Bang! Another wave of light surged up from the city. As soon as it charged out of the clouds, the entire sky suddenly turned ethereal. The entire world seemed unreal before the impact of this powerful force. Monarch Yen frowned slightly in midair. This time, he didn't choose to retreat because the black vortex had been destroyed. Monarch Yen took a step forward and pressed his right hand down. A huge palm that was over 3 kilometers long appeared in the sky above the city. It descended straight down like the sky was collapsing upon the wave of light. Bang! The entire sky shook violently. At the same time, a wave of energy rippled out through the sky. Meanwhile, the wave of energy and the huge palm were instantly blasted into bits. Behind the huge palm, Monarch Yen shot around 300 m back, and his countenance turned slightly pale. Even though Head forcibly stopped the wave of light, it had clearly not been that easy. Monarch Yen looked down and waved his right hand. Countless mysterious creatures suddenly shot toward the sky from behind him. All of them were people and living beings at the Destiny Realm, or below. The true peak Destiny Realm experts remains in the sky above the city. Lu Yuan spoke solemnly by Ding Xiaoyao's side. They plan to attack the entire universe. Do you have a countermeasure? Ding Xiaoyao nodded. I've gotten help with that. Lu Yuan glanced at Ding Xiaoyao and remained silent, but just a moment later she said, If he doesn't show himself, we can't reassure everyone. Ding Xiaoyao replied softly. Time, we need time. She glanced at Huang Ying and Lu Yuan. Send the experts of the Desolate Race and War Dimension away from here. Ask them to fight against those experts below the Destiny Realm. Lu Yuan and Huang Ying nodded, and then practically all the experts below the Destiny Realm left the city and shot off in all directions. Suddenly, everyone here looked up. A huge black palm had appeared once more, and then it slammed down toward the city. The palm hadn't even fully descended when the powerful aura it emanated caused everyone here to reveal solemn expressions on their faces. Bang! A wave of light surged up into the air once more. The entire world shook violently as soon as the wave of light and huge palm came into contact, but at this moment, a shadow slammed against the wave of light. Bang! The wave of light shattered, and then the huge palm descended toward the city. Suddenly, a figure shot up into the sky. Yin-Yang Goddess. She formed a seal in midair, and then an ethereal shield that was black and white appeared before her. She pressed her palms forward gently, and a strand of yin-yang energy surged into the shield. An instant later, the shield slammed against the huge palm. As soon as they collided, the shield exploded into bits, and Yin-Yang Goddess shouted furiously at the same time. Yin-Yang Divine Annihilation! As soon as she said that, a strand of mysterious energy slammed against the huge palm. Boom! The huge palm shook violently and was obliterated. Meanwhile, an afterimage shot down from the sky. Yin-Yang Goddess' eyelids twitched from the sight of this, and she hurriedly shot backward. Yang Yi, I've done my best. I'm really no match for this guy, so I'm fleeing now. As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished into the sky. Monarch Yang didn't chase after her. He just looked down at Universe City. Yang Yi, get out here! His voice was absolutely ferocious. Chapter 2792 I Can Carry On. Chapter 2792 I Can Carry On. Yang Yi! Monarch Yen hadn't allowed the experts behind him to attack because of Yang Yi. Yang Yi was the greatest threat to the four-dimensional universe in Universe City. Besides him, all the other Destiny Realm experts were practically incapable of stopping more than one attack from Yang Yi. If they were to be sent down there rashly, then if Yang Yi were to show himself, it was very likely to cause a terrible amount of losses. He could only launch a full-scale attack once Yang Yi showed himself. However, Yang Yi still didn't show himself. In the city, Ding Xiaoyao glanced at Monarch Yen. We need to continue buying time. Meanwhile, a Nanjing appeared by her side. Ding Xiaoyao's expression changed slightly. You! She spoke softly. Besides me, no one else can fight him. A Nanjing shot up into the air upon finishing speaking. Ding Xiaoyou's face turned extremely unsightly because she knew what a Nanjing meant to Yan Yi. If anything were to happen to a Nanjing, she couldn't imagine what would happen to Yan Yi. However, it was as the Nanjing had said, no one else could fight Monarch Yen. A spear shot toward Monarch Yen. Dagger axe? A Nanjing was behind the spear. Monarch Yen gazed at the spear with indifference, and then he stretched out his right hand slowly. There was a ball of fiery red lightning in his grasp. As soon as the spear arrived, Monarch Yen slapped his palm against the spear. Bang! The spear shook violently while blood sprayed from a Nanjing's mouth. She twisted the spear in her grasp. At the same time, the fiery red lightning in Monarch Yan's grasp surged toward dagger axe. A Nanjing's expression changed. She was about to pull her spear back, but Monarch Yen suddenly grabbed the tip of her spear and twisted it. Bam! A Nanjing was blasted away, and a wave of fiery lightning swept at her. A Nanjing's eyes narrowed slightly. She squatted down slightly while clenching her right fist and twisting her left. In an instant, a wave of powerful energy appeared here. Martial release. Rumble. The waves of energy she released forcibly stopped the wave of fiery lightning. Meanwhile, a figure flashed out from within the fiery lightning. A Nanjing's pupils constricted as she slammed her right fist forward. Bang! A Nanjing's arm shook violently while her figure was blasted away. Meanwhile, a hand grabbed her right hand. A Nanjing wasn't even able to react before her right arm had been forcibly pulled out. Blood sprayed like a fountain from her shoulder. Ding Xiaoyou's expression changed drastically from the sight of this. Go! As soon as she gave the order, two figures appeared on either side of Monarch Yen. It was Tsung Mu and Sha Ji. Monarch Yen grinned coldly as he slapped his palms in either direction. Bang! Bang! Tsung Mu and Sha Ji were blasted away before they could even get close to him. They practically didn't have the ability to fight back. Suddenly, an afterimage slammed itself at him. It was a Nanjing. Ding Xiaoyao and the others instantly turned pale from the sight of this because a Nanjing had actually refused to flee. Monarch Yen gazed at a Nanjing and spoke coldly. You're courting death. As soon as he said that, he clenched his right hand. In an instant, his entire arm turned fiery red. He hadn't even slammed it forward when a strand of powerful flaming energy had forced a Nanjing to a stop. At the instant Monarch Yen was about to swing his punch, a Nanjing suddenly pressed her left palm against her forehead, and then she pressed down slowly. Divine martial style! As soon as she said that, her figure turned ethereal. At this instant, countless overlapped images of a Nanjing appeared all around Monarch Yen. They overlapped in countless layers, and every one of them slapped their palms at him. Bang! Monarch Yen was pushed back repeatedly, and stopped quite far away. Everyone was stunned by this scene. She's that strong? Suddenly, Ding Xiaoyou's expression changed drastically. Watch out! As soon as she said that, Monarch Yen suddenly vanished on the spot, and then a shadow arrived before a Nanjing. Her eyes narrowed slightly. She raised her left hand and slammed it down like a saber. Countless afterimages overlapped. Monarch Yen clenched his right fist and slammed it forward. Fiery red lightly sprayed from his fist. Bang! A violent wave of energy appeared in the sky, and the entire sky cracked open. Boom! A moment later, the afterimages around a Nanjing vanished, and her figure crashed down from above. Meanwhile, Monarch Yen charged after her. Ding Xiaoyou's voice resounded from the city. Stop him! Bang! A wave of light surged up into the air in Monarch Yan's direction. The latter frowned slightly, and then he slapped his right palm at it. Bang! A wave of fiery lightning rippled out. Rumble! The wave of light shook violently and shattered. Monarch Yen dived down from the sky while horrifying fiery red lightning surged around him. He was like a comet. Stop him! Chendozi's voice resounded. Don't let him charge down here or this place will be destroyed. Stop him? Everyone here was puzzled. Who could possibly do that? How would they do that? Destiny Realm experts were weaker than ants before Monarch Yen. Meanwhile, Monarch Yen was getting closer. At this moment, Universe City had started to crack. Suddenly, a figure appeared before Monarch Yen. It was a woman, and she waved her right hand down. A moment of silence ensued, and then she raised her right hand. Boom! A wave of powerful energy forcibly stopped Monarch Yen. It was Yang Busi. She glanced at Monarch Yen. Meanwhile, the latter suddenly appeared before her and punched. Monstrous fiery lightning enveloped Yang Busi. Boom! A moment of silence ensued, and then the fiery lightning exploded apart and rippled through the sky like fireworks. Everywhere it passed, thin cracks were incinerated open in space. It was an absolutely shocking sight. Meanwhile, two figures flickered incessantly in the sky. They were so fast that others couldn't see them clearly at all. Ding Xiaoyao went over to Nanjing, who only had one arm now. Are you all right? Nanjing shook her head slightly. How is he? She replied softly. He hasn't shown any signs of regaining consciousness. Nanjing spoke softly. Don't disturb him. He has definitely encountered something, and it probably requires time to resolve. Once it's resolved, his sword Dao may advance further. Ding Xiaoyao laughed bitterly. I'm afraid we can't hold on until then. We don't have any top-rate experts left. Tian Xiu and Qi Bitian cannot be contacted either. Besides them, no one else is a match for Monarch Yen. And, she glanced at the surroundings. We still have to worry about that mysterious expert. He's definitely watching from the shadows. While he hasn't made a move yet, he's definitely waiting for Yang Yi, or Qi Bitian and Tian Xiu. And Nanjing looked up at the sky. It's fine, I can deal with it. Ding Xiaoyao hesitated to say something. Boom! Two figures split apart in midair. Yang Busi and Monarch Yen stood 300 m away from each other. At this moment, her countenance was pale while blood could be seen on the corner of her mouth. Moreover, her body had cracked open. After a few collisions, she had been heavily injured. Yang Busi glanced at Monarch Yen. You're really strong! Monarch Yen replied indifferently. You're not weak yourself. This has nothing to do with you, so why give your life away? Yang Busi smiled. That fellow down there is a junior of my clan. As his ancestor, I naturally have to help him. Besides that, I can't stand the sight of the four-dimensional universe. Is that reason enough for you? Monarch Yen replied indifferently. Then die! As soon as he said that, head vanished on the spot. Meanwhile, a ferocious grin appeared on the corners of Yang Busi's mouth as she slapped her palms together. Boom! In an instant, the space around her shook violently, and a wave of energy rippled out. Meanwhile, Monarch Yan's fist slammed against the energy. A head-on collision! Boom! As soon as they collided, it was like a volcanic eruption. The entire sky above the city was obliterated. Suddenly, a huge dragon made of fiery red lightning emerged from the black hole in space, and it blotted out the sky. The lightning dragon didn't charge at Yang Busi, and it crashed down toward the city instead. Hiss! Everywhere it passed, space was scorched black. Ding Xiaoyao said, Attack! All the other Destiny Realm experts charged up into the air. While the lightning dragon was formidable, a few dozen Destiny Realm experts had no need to fear it. Suddenly, Ding Xiaoyao's expression changed drastically as she turned around swiftly. Yang Yes in danger! As soon as she said that, Nanjing vanished on the spot. A shadow was charging toward Yang Yes' figure that was seated cross-legged on the ground. Nanjing couldn't make it in time. The sword precursor shook violently in front of Yang Yi, and then it transformed into a ray of light that shot at the shadow. It was protecting its master. The shadow tapped its right index finger forward, and it tapped against the sword precursor. Bang! The sword precursor shook violently and was blasted away. Meanwhile, a little fellow appeared before Yang Yi. It was Snowy. Snowy held the sprite staff in her grasp as she stared at the approaching shadow. Her tiny figure was trembling. She was terrified because she knew that she was no match for the shadow. However, she was the strongest in the primordial pagoda right now. Moreover, Yang Yi was behind her. Even though she was terrified, Snowy refused to take a single step back. She just waved her paw, and then rays of spirit energy converged before her. However, along with the arrival of the shadow, the spirit energy vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, a black palm grabbed her by the throat and lifted her up. Snowy's eyes opened wide while her spirit energy was dispersing rapidly at a visible rate, and even the color in her eyes had started to gradually vanish. Chapter 2793 Life and Death in One Clash. Chapter 2793 Life and Death in One Clash. Obviously, the mysterious expert didn't want the sprite progenitor. He wanted to destroy the sprite progenitor so that destiny wouldn't get her. Suddenly, the mysterious expert's expression changed drastically because a sword had suddenly shot toward his hand. It was an ordinary attack, but the mysterious expert practically instinctively pulled his hand back. A hand caught Snowy's falling figure. Yang Yi's hand! Snowy looked up at Yang Yi. She was stunned for a moment, and then she started crying. Yang Yi rubbed his chin against her little head. Go inside for now. It'll help you get revenge. Snowy nodded repeatedly and entered the primordial pagoda. Meanwhile, a Nanjing appeared by Yang Yi's side. She gazed at him and asked, Were you disturbed? Yang Yi chuckled. I'm fine. Comprehension depends on hard work and luck. And Nanjing nodded slightly and didn't say anything else. Yang Yi looked up at the mysterious expert, and the latter had retreated to the city gates. Obviously, he was still quite fearful of Yang Yi. Bang! Meanwhile, an explosion resounded in the sky above the city. Yang Yi looked up, and a figure was being pushed back repeatedly. It was Yang Busi, of course. Once Monarch Yan revealed his true strength, perhaps the woman above the clouds was the only one in the world capable of fully suppressing him. After all, the Lord of the four-dimensional universe had once fought that woman who remained high above the clouds. An aura suddenly enveloped Yang Yi. Yang Yi moved his gaze away and looked at the mysterious expert. Obviously, the latter planned to keep Yang Yi busy. Yang Yi suddenly took a step forward. The life and death technique. Life and death is just a thought away, and the sword decides their fate. A ray of sword energy flashed in an instant. It was soundless. There was no sword howl, nor could any sword intent and slaughter intent be sensed from it. However, it couldn't be compared to the attack Yang Yi launched previously. He couldn't truly bring forth its might without truly sensing the arrival of death. The mysterious expert acted as if he was facing a formidable opponent. He took a step forward and pressed the palm down. In an instant, countless fine specks of black light converged in his palm. It was like he was holding a universe in the palm of his hand. The mysterious expert raised his palm to stop Yang Yi's sword energy. Hiss! A fine sound of something being sliced open resounded, but there was no huge explosion. The mysterious expert's hand trembled while the sword energy trembled as well. Meanwhile, there were no fluctuations of energy around the point of collision, because both of them had controlled their energy to their limits. Suddenly, a sword stabbed forward from behind the sword energy, and the mysterious expert retreated. He retreated all the way until he was 300 m outside the city, but Yang Yi's sword was still following him closely. In the end, the mysterious expert couldn't retreat anymore because Yang Yi's sword was growing faster and faster. The mysterious expert stopped and spoke softly. Stellar annihilation! Countless black specks of light suddenly vanished from his palm, and they were replaced by tiny blue specks of light. They were like miniature stars in the palm of his hand. As soon as these stars appeared, they started to burn. Swish! Yang Yi's sword energy instantly vanished. Meanwhile, his sword stabbed against the burning stars. Bang! A ray of sword energy and stellar energy swept out into the surroundings. Yang Yi and the mysterious expert took around 100 steps back. The mysterious expert glanced at his palm, and there was an injury there from Yang Yi's sword. Meanwhile, the sword precursor was burning from the tiny stars in the mysterious expert's palm. Yan Yi shook his sword lightly, and a strand of blood surged into the sword precursor. In an instant, the sword returned to normal. As the sword was made of blood, the man was the sword, and the sword was the man. The sword precursor was truly one with him. Right now, his relationship with the sword precursor was one where the sword precursor would die with him, but it would remain eternal while he remained alive. The mysterious expert didn't attack again and just shook his head lightly. Yan Yi, you didn't disappoint me in the end. Yan Yi frowned slightly. What do you mean? The mysterious expert replied softly. You're a sword cultivator, one who is very loyal, but also one who is merciless. Your sword Tao can be emotionless, or I should say, it can be emotionless because of emotion. It's very rarely seen. Yan Yi shook his head. Let's just fight. Yan Yi took a step forward, and the mysterious expert was already in front of him. The sword precursor shot forward. At this moment, Yan Yi's attacks weren't as vicious as they used to be, but they were calmer and more composed. The mysterious expert suddenly took a small step back when facing this attack, and the sword arrived just an inch away from his forehead. However, the sword couldn't go further because the mysterious expert's hands had clamped down on it. After that, he moved his head to the side and moved forward while still holding onto the sword. His figure immediately arrived before Yang Yi, and then he released his hands. Suddenly, 2 burning stars appeared in his grasp. The mysterious expert slammed them at Yang Yi. However, a sword suddenly appeared in Yang Yi's left grasp, and he raised it to defend himself. Burial! Burial forcibly stopped the mysterious expert's attack at the critical moment. But at practically the instant they collided, Burial started to burn. Meanwhile, a mysterious wave of energy appeared around Yang Yi and the mysterious expert. The sword domain. The flames on Burial were instantly suppressed. Meanwhile, Yang Yi's swords slashed simultaneously. Hiss! Hiss! 2 rays of sword energy crisscrossed, and the mysterious expert shot backward by over 3 kilometers. Moreover, while he was retreating, the 2 rays of sword energy chased after him like shooting stars. The mysterious expert clenched his right fist and slammed it forward. A black vortex suddenly formed before the fist. It was like a miniature universe that contained everything and devoured everything. Yan Yi's sword energy shook violently upon coming into contact with it, and then the sword energy gradually turned ethereal. Yan Yi pressed his right palm against the hilt of his sword and took a step forward. At practically the exact same moment, the mysterious expert took a step forward, and then a ray of sword energy and a black vortex appeared before them and collided. Hiss! The black vortex was instantly slashed into 2. However, the vortex did not vanish, and it started devouring the sword energy instead. An instant later, the black vortex appeared above Yang Yi, and then it suddenly expanded like a huge mouth and swallowed Yang Yi. Yang Yi vanished, and only the black vortex remained. However, the mysterious expert suddenly frowned slightly and moved over 1 kilometer back. At the same time, the black vortex shook violently, and then rays of sword energy stretched out from it. Hiss! 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 The entire black vortex was instantly sliced into countless bits. But right at this moment, a pitch-black door suddenly appeared before Yang Yi. Yang Yi frowned slightly upon seeing it, but he didn't swing his sword and move 300 m back instead. Right when he was about to scan the door carefully, the black door suddenly vanished, and it was replaced by the mysterious expert. Yang Yi's gaze fell on the mysterious expert. He knew the expert before him was still hiding something. That door had felt extremely dangerous to him. But it made sense because both the mysterious expert and Monarch Yen would never dare to think about going against that woman without some strength. The mysterious expert didn't attack again, but Yang Yi had to. Because Yang Busi was no match for Monarch Yen. If he were to get locked in combat here, Yang Busi would be in danger. Especially when Tian Xiu and Qi Bitian weren't here. Yang Yi looked up at the mysterious expert. Shall we decide on life and death in one clash? As soon as he said that, Yang Yi didn't wait for the mysterious expert's answer and just vanished on the spot. Decide life and death in one clash. Yang Yi was serious about it, and he was risking his life. Because he wanted to decide on the outcome as soon as possible. No, he wanted to decide their fate. However, at the instant he vanished, the mysterious expert rapidly shot backward. He wasn't just moving fast, he was traveling through space. So, it made him look like he was just slowly strolling backward. However, Yang Yi's sword couldn't strike him no matter what. Just like that, after a few dozen breaths of time, Yang Yi stopped because the mysterious expert still remained in front of him. The mysterious expert didn't choose to clash with Yang Yi. If he clashed with Yang Yi, he would be accepting the will to decide their fate in this clash, and he clearly didn't want to do that. Yang Yi glanced at the mysterious expert. You want fight or retreat? Why are you being so hesitant like a little girl? The mysterious expert crossed his arms before him and remained silent. Yang Yi ignored him and shot off into the sky. Yang Yi was quite surprised to discover that the mysterious expert didn't try to stop him. Yang Yi couldn't be bothered to care what the mysterious expert was planning because Yang Busi was already being suppressed, and her life was in danger. Along with Yang Yi's charge into the sky, Monarch Yen slammed Yang Busi away and suddenly stopped attacking before retreating rapidly. He retreated over 3 kilometers away and left the sky above the sky. Yang Yi didn't give chase. He went over to Yang Busi. At this moment, there was a fist-size hole in Yang Busi's stomach, and there were numerous other holes and injuries all over her body. Her body was on the verge of collapse. If her strength wasn't formidable, she would be dead by now. Yang Yi spoke softly. I'm sorry. Yang Busi shook her head. People of the Yang clan never say things like that to their own. Yang Yi smiled. All right. She gazed at Yang Yi. I want to recuperate there. It's not a problem, right? Yang Yi smiled. Of course. Yang Busi nodded and entered the primordial pagoda. On the ascension platform, Yang Busi gazed at Snowy, who was staring at her, and said, Little fellow, what are you looking at? Hurry up and help me. Snowy was stunned speechless. Outside the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi looked up at Monarch Yen. Monarch Yen, do you dare to take a swing of my sword? I call it the life and death technique, so let's decide on life and death in one clash. As soon as he said that, the entire world suddenly fell silent. Chapter 2794 Pressure. Chapter 2794 Pressure. Decide on life and death in one clash. The blood of countless throughout Universe City boiled with excitement when they heard Yang Yi. Since the beginning, Universe City had been under too much pressure. It was like a rock was pressing down on them, and they were suffocating. Yet now, along with those words spoken by Yang Yi, it was like the rock had been shattered. Morale. Universe City's morale had risen along with those words spoken by Yang Yi. The Destiny Realm experts by Ding Xiaoyou's side seemed to visibly relax. Moreover, they saw hope once more. Someone had to step forward at a time like this. Obviously, Yang Yi had done just that. In the sky, Monarch Yen took a step forward. Why wouldn't I? He had to accept the challenge at a time like this. He had no other choice. If he refused to accept the challenge, it would be a lethal blow to the four-dimensional universe. Moreover, he wanted to fight Yang Yi too. If he could kill Yang Yi, the four-dimensional universe's losses would be reduced to the minimum. Yang Yi had similar thoughts. If he could kill Monarch Yen, Universe City's losses could be reduced to a minimum too. Both of them couldn't afford to lose this battle. Yang Yi walked slowly toward the sky. At this moment, his aura wasn't oppressive and imposing at all, and it was just calm and composed. He was truly calm and composed, not something that was intentionally put on by force. His sword Dao had undergone a tremendous transformation in this short amount of time. Monarch Yen watched calmly from above as Yang Yi walked up in his direction. Monarch Yen didn't look down on Yang Yi at all, and he was treating Yang Yi as an equal. This time, he would fight Yang Yi with everything he had, The silence in the surroundings was quite unusual. Both the experts of the three-dimensional universe and four-dimensional universe had their eyes on Yang Yi and Monarch Yang. One of them was the Lord of the four-dimensional universe, a supreme overlord who'd reigned for countless years. The other was the Lord of the three-dimensional universe, a monstrous genius who'd just risen up to take his place in the world. This battle was bound to be exciting. Of course, it was bound to be intense too, and the outcome wouldn't just bring ruin to one of them, it would bring ruin to one of their universes. Because if one of them lost the battle, it represented that the others from their universe would be annihilated. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to arrive before Monarch Yen. They stood in confrontation from afar, and there was less than 300 m between them. When looking at them from below, there didn't seem to be much distance between them. Come in the sky, Yang Yi didn't waste his breath and just stabbed. The fate sword Dao. One clashed to decide their fate. Yang Yi's sword stabbed at Monarch Yen. No energy erupted from it, nor did it make the world dim down. It was a very ordinary stab. However, everyone could sense the intent carried within the sword. The intent to decide their fate. He wasn't joking when he asked to decide their life and death in one clash. He was serious. Perhaps it wasn't really able to decide their fate, but he had the determination to do it. The intent was most important when wielding a sword. Monarch Yen remained calm and composed when facing this attack. Countless watched as he slowly clenched his right fist, and a strand of flames suddenly ignited within his palm. A moment later, the flames stretched out from his palm and instantly spread throughout his body. At this moment, Monarch Yen was covered in fiery lightning, and a bolt of fiery lightning was flowing incessantly around him like a serpent. A merger of lightning and body. Monarch Yen closed his eyes slowly and spoke softly. Universe incineration! As soon as he said that, he pressed his right palm forward. In an instant, the flames around him followed the serpent of fiery lightning toward his arm and surged forward like a huge volcanic eruption. At this instant, everything in the world seemed to instantly start to turn ethereal. Universe City even started burning in an instant. In the sky, a sword stabbed against the fiery lightning. Hiss! The space around them was instantly torn apart and incinerated. The speed at which it was torn apart and incinerated caused the expressions of countless to change drastically. At this moment, both the experts of Universe City and the experts from the four-dimensional universe shot backward without daring to stay for even a moment. Even the mysterious expert and the others from the end world had retreated at this moment. Yang Yi and Monarch Yan's strength was sufficient to destroy the entire Eternal Kingdom. However, they didn't dare to let their energy disperse and focused it all on their opponent. Otherwise, even the entire Eternal Kingdom would have been destroyed. Even then, the aftershock of their collision couldn't be underestimated at all. Everyone shot backward, and only Yang Yi and Monarch Yen remained in the sky. Yang Yi's sword was still pressed against the fiery lightning, and the flames emanated by the fiery lightning had been forced to a stop by Yang Yi's sword. It couldn't spread out at all. Both of them refused to retreat. At this moment, the one who retreated would die. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly took a step forward, and his sword sliced open the lightning. However, the lightning suddenly transformed into two arcs that shot at him. They were extremely swift. At practically the exact same moment, Yang Yi suddenly released his sword, and it shot forward. Bang! Hiss! Two fine arcs of lightning slammed against Yang Yi's chest, and he was pushed over 1 kilometer away. Space was forcibly torn open and incinerated in his wake. Moreover, at the moment Yang Yi was pushed back, his sword stabbed against Monarch Yan's chest. However, it stopped just after stabbing a few inches deep. Monarch Yen had grabbed the sword precursor firmly, and arcs of fiery lightning were ceaselessly enveloping it. Yang Yi stopped, glanced at the fiery lightning around him, and then waved his right hand. Bang! The fiery lightning instantly vanished. Even though his chest was scorched black, it only took a moment for it to recover completely. His recovery was something that perhaps only Snowy could compete with in this world. Meanwhile, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Monarch Yen, and it enveloped the sword precursor. Coupled with the impact of the fiery lightning, the sword precursor instantly exploded apart, and was turned to ask. However, a sword soundlessly condensed in Yang Yi's grasp. The sword precursor. Countless people had disbelief on their faces when they witnessed this. Yang Yi's sword had been destroyed just now. On the other side, Swimu frowned. What was that? The mysterious expert explained softly. A sword made of blood. His sword is his blood, and his blood is his sword. So long as he is alive and has blood running through him, his sword will never be destroyed. Swimu spoke solemnly. I see. The mysterious expert spoke softly. That young man has been progressing rapidly. While his progress isn't that stable, it cannot be underestimated. Swimu glanced at the mysterious expert. Can Monarch Yen kill him? The mysterious expert shook his head. Both Monarch Yen and I cannot kill him on our own anymore. Unless we are willing to expose our full strength, and even go as far as to use some secret techniques. Only then can we kill him. However, he has a chance to kill us too. Swimu shook his head. We should have annihilated him back then. In the past, had repeatedly suggested that Yang Yi should be killed. Unfortunately, the mysterious expert had never listened to him, and the mysterious expert just kept concealing his strength. Now, Yang Yi was impossible to kill. The mysterious expert replied softly. Destiny is his enemy too. The others were stunned speechless. Yang Yi suddenly leaped up in the distant sky. He was like a monkey leaping for a branch, and Monarch Yen suddenly took a stride forward as well, but he was like an evil tiger that was impossible to stop as it pounced on its prey. Yang Yi suddenly drew his sword and swung it. As soon as it descended, Yang Yi's figure turned ethereal. At this moment, had used the sword domain to transcend this part of space, so while it wasn't an attack that carried his fate sword Dao, it was still extremely powerful. Monarch Yen had a fiery bolt of lightning in each grasp as he shot up into the air and slammed against Yang Yi's attack. Boom! A ray of sword energy and two arcs of lightning exploded apart in midair, and the world shook violently. A moment later, two figures were locked in combat. They were extremely fast to the point the experts below could only see two vague figures, and they couldn't determine the exact location of Yang Yi and Monarch Yen. Ding Xiaoyao moved her gaze away and looked at Lu Yuan and Huang Ying. Staying here won't change a thing. Many experts of the four-dimensional universe have spread all over our universe, and the other worlds of this universe are no match for them. Take 10 Destiny Realm experts each and help those worlds. Fight if you can, retreat if you can't. Try to preserve your strength. Lu Yuan frowned slightly. What about this city? Ding Xiaoyao shook her head. The outcome here depends on Yang Yi. If he loses, we lose. If he wins, we win. Lu Yuan glanced at the two shadows flashing through the sky and nodded. Farewell, Miss Ding. Huang Ying cupped his fist as well. Farewell. Both of them left with around 20 Destiny Realm experts. As she watched them leave, Ding Xiaoyao's face was extremely gloomy. Because she'd received news that the entire universe was in chaos. It was in extreme chaos. Many had seized this opportunity to start wars, and some had fully unleashed the darkness in their hearts. Ding Xiaoyao withdrew a transmission stone, and then a voice came from within it. Do you need our help? A familiar voice. Ding Xiaoyao shook her head. Miss Nether Maiden, you're the guardians of the universe now. I need all of you to patrol the three-dimensional universe. A moment of silence ensued before the voice on the other side said, Can he deal with it? Ding Xiaoyao shot a glance at the two shadows in the sky. He's putting his life on the line. Your presence won't change a thing here. All of you will be more useful patrolling the universe. Understood. Ding Xiaoyao put the transmission stone away and looked up. Suddenly, the two shadows in the sky split apart. Yang Yi and Monarch Yen stood in confrontation from afar. The latter stared at Yang Yi, and no one knew what he was thinking. Yang Yi remained indifferent, and his sword was at a downward angle. Suddenly, a sword descended from somewhere above the clouds. It didn't descend to the three-dimensional universe, and it arrived in the four-dimensional universe instead. The sword descended straight down, and space was obliterated inch by inch as it descended. It wasn't just a small expanse of space but the space throughout the four-dimensional universe. Monarch Yan's eyes almost split apart from rage when he noticed this, and he looked up and howled furiously and hysterically. Why? Why? A voice came from above the clouds. I'm giving you some motivation. I want the three-dimensional universe to be devoid of life in a day. Otherwise, the four-dimensional universe will be devoid of life instead. Chapter 2795 I'll Never Bow to Her. Chapter 2795 I'll Never Bow to Her. Yan Yi looked up through the clouds, and he could faintly see a woman standing high above the clouds. She had long hair that hung down to her shoulders, wore a plain dress, and had a smile on her face. Yan Yi looked indifferently at her. She was the true cause of everything. Justice descended slowly from above the four-dimensional universe while gradually speeding up the destruction there. The entire four-dimensional universe couldn't fight back against this sword. In the sky above Universe City, a wave of terrifying flames suddenly erupted from Monarch Yan's figure. Yan Yi moved his gaze away and looked at Monarch Yan. The latter stared at Yan Yi while viciousness filled his eyes. Yan Yi shook his head. Allow me to be honest, she won't spare you or your people even if you destroy the three-dimensional universe. Monarch Yan clenched his fists and remained silent. Yan Yi continued. She has great plans, and most importantly, she doesn't care about the lives of others. Once she uses you to destroy my three-dimensional universe, you'll be her next target. Monarch Yan closed his eyes slowly. Yan Yi glanced at the surroundings. He could see very far at his level of strength. The entire three-dimensional universe was engulfed by war. Besides the experts from the four-dimensional universe, the chaos from within the three-dimensional universe was another cause. People were dying. Many were losing their lives. Yan Yi moved his gaze away and looked at Monarch Yan. Do you realize it now? There will be no winner in the clash between our universes. What is the price your universe will pay to kill me and all the Destiny Realm experts of Universe City? If she really wanted to spare the four-dimensional universe, she could just come down here herself. My three-dimensional universe and your four-dimensional universe would probably be unable to stop her. But she hasn't done that. He opened his eyes and gazed at Yan Yi. At this moment, they were blood red. You don't know how strong she is, Yan Yi replied. I've experienced her strength, but should we just let order us around because she's strong? Perhaps the end is still death, so why not die properly in battle? Monarch Yan fell silent. In the end, he looked up at the clouds. My four-dimensional universe is already on the verge of destruction. I have less than 1 million people left. Even if you are planning something, those people in my four-dimensional universe cannot affect you at all. If I choose to submit to you, would you spare my four-dimensional universe? As soon as he said that, Monarch Yan knelt down slowly as Countless watched. In an instant, the experts from the four-dimensional universe started howling, and they seemed like they were pleading with sorrow in their voices. Patriarch. Monarch Yan was the lord of the four-dimensional universe because only the Yanma clan remained in the four-dimensional universe, so he represented the entire universe. Yet now, he was kneeling to Destiny. Humiliating? Of course it was humiliating. However, the experts of the four-dimensional universe didn't blame him because their patriarch wasn't someone who was afraid of death. If it wasn't for the sake of their universe, Monarch Yan would have fought Destiny to the death back then. But he was willing to let her suppress him for the sake of their universe and clan. Now, he was even kneeling to her. The experts of the four-dimensional universe were in extreme pain and agony. Yang Yi remained indifferent. Had planned to make Monarch Yan fight Destiny with him, but now it seemed like he'd been dreaming. However, this also proved how terrifying Destiny was. Monarch Yan was extremely strong. Even Yang Yi didn't have the slightest bit of confidence in being able to defeat Monarch Yan. However, Monarch Yan had chosen Destiny without the slightest hesitation and displayed his loyalty in such a humiliating manner. Kneeling. A Destiny Transcendence Realm expert was kneeling, and he was even the lord of a universe. If he were being honest, Yang Yi felt he couldn't do that. So, a trace of respect toward Monarch Yen had appeared in him. This man hadn't fallen to his knees for himself, had done it for his universe. High above the clouds, the woman glanced at Monarch Yen and grinned. I remember that you still have a trump card or contingency. What? Aren't you going to use it? Monarch Yen looked up at her. If you're willing to spare my clan and universe, then I am willing to do anything for you. High above in the clouds, the woman pressed her right hand down lightly, and justice suddenly stopped descending. A moment later, it vanished from the four-dimensional universe and returned to her side. She looked down at Monarch Yen and smiled. I'm sure you're unhappy that you've surrendered before even using your trump card. Or is that you didn't dare to take that risk in the end? Monarch Yen's face was gloomy, but he didn't answer her. She shook her head and smiled. I was looking forward to your trump card, so it's quite a pity. But it's fine because it saves me a lot of time. Monarch Yen spoke softly. So you agree? She nodded. I agree to spare your people. However, you must destroy the three-dimensional universe for me. I don't want anyone living in the three-dimensional universe. Monarch Yen looked up at her. You only agreed to spare my people, so what about my universe? She grinned. Are you trying to negotiate with me? Monarch Yen's eyes narrowed slightly while the desire to kill flashed deep within them. Her smile grew even more moving. You can attack, or you can even join forces with Yan Yi and that fellow hiding back there. All of you can join forces. Why don't we just fight her? A voice suddenly resounded. It was the mysterious expert. Ding Xiaoyao glanced at the mysterious expert, and seemed like she'd thought of something. Monarch Yen closed his eyes slowly. In the end, he looked up at the woman. Are you really going to spare my people? She smiled. If you continue hesitating, I may change my mind. To be honest, if it wasn't for a promise I made, I would have destroyed this three-dimensional universe on my own. Of course, your four-dimensional universe would have vanished all those years ago too. Besides that, I don't have to use you to do this. It's just that your help will make it quicker, and I don't feel like waiting much longer. Monarch Yen replied. As you wish. He stood up and gazed at Yan Yi while his aura started to rise crazily. Yan Yi ignored Monarch Yen and looked up at the woman. Is it really that nice to play God? She smiled and replied with a question. A god? Am not a god because I disdain to be one. Yan Yi chuckled. You know, it's the first time I've wanted to twist someone's neck. She pointed at her neck. My head is right here. Unfortunately, no one can twist it off. Young man, you can't too. Right, you're only alive because I want you to live a while longer, and it's not because you are surviving. Understand? Yan Yi looked up at her. Please kill me. Monarch Yen feared her, the mysterious expert feared her, and he feared her too. But just because he feared her, it didn't mean he should cower before her. Ha ha! She started chuckling up there. Her smile could make any other woman dim in comparison. Unfortunately, only a few could see her right now. Those without sufficient strength couldn't sense where she was. Even if they couldn't discover her exact location. Of course, Monarch Yen was an exception. Yan Yi really wanted to fight her. She was such an arrogant woman, after all. Unfortunately, he didn't know where she was. It may not be in the three-dimensional universe or the four-dimensional universe. The woman looked down at Yan Yi from above. Yan Yi, oh Yan Yi. I have to say that your character is really to my liking. Unfortunately, I know you will never make a compromise. So, good luck. She turned around and left. Yan Yi moved his gaze back to Monarch Yen. Meanwhile, a suffocating wave of pressure assaulted him. It was Monarch Yen. Yan Yi frowned slightly. He took a quick stride forward and swung his sword. Bang! Monarch Yen was blasted 300 m back. But just a moment later, he charged at Yan Yi again. At the same time, the demons and experts of the four-dimensional universe charged into the surroundings. Obviously, they planned to destroy the three-dimensional universe, not kill Yan Yi. Yang Yi was very difficult to kill right now. Destroy the foundation of the three-dimensional universe. Meanwhile, the mysterious expert gazed at Yang Yi and Monarch Yen with coldness in his eyes, and he seemed to have no intent to interfere. Emperor Li couldn't help but ask, "Why don't you do anything? If we join forces now, Yang Yi will definitely die." While Yang Yi was a terrifying and monstrous genius, he was absolutely incapable of resisting the joint forces of the mysterious expert and Monarch Yen. As far as they were concerned, besides destiny, no one could deal with the joint forces of the mysterious expert and Monarch Yen. The mysterious expert glanced at Emperor Li. "And what about after he's dead?" Emperor Li frowned slightly. "What do you mean?" The mysterious expert looked up at the sky. "If Yang Yi is dead, only we will remain. Monarch Yen has chosen that woman, so once Yang Yi is gone, we will be his next target." Emperor Li and the others' frowns deepened. At this moment, they recalled that Monarch Yen had chosen destiny in the end, and they wanted to go against destiny. Suddenly, Emperor Li asked, "Why don't we choose destiny as well?" As soon as he finished speaking, the mysterious expert turned around abruptly and grabbed at Emperor Li. The latter's expression changed drastically. He hadn't expected the mysterious expert to attack abruptly and wanted to dodge it. However, it was too late, and the mysterious expert had grabbed him by the throat. The mysterious expert stared at Emperor Li. "Choose her? Do you know what she did to me all those years ago? I will never submit to her, not even in the face of death." They entered the spatial rift, and then the black robe around the mysterious expert suddenly vanished. Besides Shu Wubian, the others were stunned on the spot when they saw his figure. The mysterious expert wasn't human. While he was in the shape of a human, he wasn't a human. The mysterious expert walked forward and raised his hands. A moment later, 6 pitch-black pillars appeared in that sealed-off expanse of space. Every one of them was 3 kilometers long and around 1 kilometer wide. They formed a circle in this boundless expanse of space they were in. Only 5 of the 6 pillars was extremely huge statues of demon beasts. Every one of them seemed like they were dead, but they emanated an invisible pressure upon all those who were here. The mysterious expert raised his right hand, and a shadow flashed out of his palm. The shadow expanded in midair, and a moment later, there was a huge dragon soaring through the sky. Shu Wubian looked up at the beasts on the pillars. The sky phoenix, black tortoise, vicious tiger, qilin, ten-tailed fox. All of them are extraordinary evil beasts from the era of the Heaven Tao. They are only slightly inferior to the evil progenitor. As she spoke, she gazed at the mysterious expert. According to rumor, the Heaven Tao of their time killed them. Could it be they are still alive? The mysterious expert nodded. They were only sealed. Shu Wubian spoke solemnly. As far as I know, all of them were extremely violent. If they are awakened, the consequences would be unimaginable. She was the sprite of the boundless divine tree, so she knew the three-dimensional universe's history very well. These demon beasts. No, they couldn't be called demon beasts. These evil beasts reigned supreme over the three-dimensional universe when it was formed. Their viciousness and ferocity was something only those who'd lived through that era could understand. The mysterious expert replied softly. At a time like this, do you think any consequence could be worse? Shu Wubian spoke solemnly. You want to use them against destiny? The mysterious expert replied softly. I want to try. Shu Wubian hesitated to speak. The mysterious expert chuckled. You think the chances are very slim? She nodded. Shed experienced the era when these evil beasts roamed the three-dimensional universe, but Shed also experienced the era of destiny. Especially the era of destiny, she hadn't just experienced it, Shed fought destiny too. At that time, she was at her prime. But Shed still lost. Many didn't really understand why Monarch Yen had knelt before destiny, but the mysterious expert and her understood why. Only those who'd fought destiny could truly understand how strong she was. She was an existence who'd suppressed the three-dimensional universe and four-dimensional universe on her own for countless years. The mysterious expert walked over to the center of the pillars. He glanced at the evil beasts and said, "Just like Yang Yi, we have no choice but to risk our lives." As he spoke, he raised his right hand. It would be more perfect with that evil progenitor. What a pity! Rumble! Suddenly, the pillars started to tremble. Zhuanmu and the others' expressions changed slightly as they moved back. They didn't dare to stay too close. All of them were peak Destiny Realm experts, but these existences before them weren't existences that peak Destiny Realm experts could fight. The pillars started to shake more and more violently, and then they started to crack. Universe City. At this moment, Universe City was in ruins, and the people in the city were either dead or had fled. In the sky above the city, sword howls and explosions were resounding incessantly. Ding Xiaoyao glanced at the surroundings from down below. Suddenly, the old man with the bamboo chest appeared by her side. Ding Xiaoyao asked, "Are they gone?" The old man nodded. "They are." They were speaking about the mysterious experts group. The old man had been hiding and hadn't shown himself until now because had been there to prevent a sudden attack from the mysterious expert. Ding Xiaoyao spoke solemnly. "It seems that there has been a disagreement between him and Monarch Yen. That mysterious expert refuses to side with destiny." The old man nodded. "Probably." Ding Xiaoyao spoke softly. "The current situation is just slightly better for us now." She looked up at the sky while she spoke. At this moment, the situation in the three-dimensional universe was still bad. Under the condition that Yang Yi was being kept busy, the Destiny Realm experts of the three-dimensional universe couldn't resist the four-dimensional universe. If it wasn't for the help of some of Qindozi's formations, the Destiny Realm experts of the three-dimensional universe would be dead by now. The old man with the bamboo chest spoke solemnly. "Tell me what you think about all of this." The situation in this universe was terrible right now, so they needed a strategy. Ding Xiaoyao replied. "Senior Qin." As soon as she spoke, an old man who was in a slightly embarrassing state appeared before her. When the city had been breached just now, the formations in the city had naturally been destroyed as well, and he was the first to bear the brunt of that. If the old man with the bamboo chest hadn't helped him in time, he would be dead by now. Ding Xiaoyao fell silent for a long time. In the end, she suddenly looked up. "Everyone! Don't fight to the death. Retreat as you fight." Once they received her orders, the experts in the sky were stunned for a moment, but it didn't take long for them to figure out what she meant. They would never win even if they put their lives on the line. If they retreated while fighting, they would be buying time for themselves to catch their breaths. Because Universe City was empty now. Practically everyone in the Eternal Kingdom had fled to the outside world. Simply speaking, Ding Xiaoyao planned to abandon Eternal Kingdom. They had no choice but to do that. A short while later, all the Destiny Realm experts started to retreat as they fought, and they stretched the battlefield into numerous smaller battlefields. Roar! Suddenly, a devil caracal dived down from the sky. Its target was Ding Xiaoyao. Ding Xiaoyao remained indifferent, while the old man with the bamboo chest took a step forward, and then he clenched his right fist and pushed it downward. An huge ethereal fist formed in the air, and then it slammed down on the devil caracal. Bang! The devil caracal was slammed down from midair. Ding Xiaoyao looked up at Yang Yi and Monarch Yin. "Senior, can you join that battle?" The old man looked up at that area. At this moment, countless rays of sword energy and arcs of fiery lightning filled the area. A short while later, the old man shook his head. "I can't. Their strength is practically at the peak of this world. If I interfere, it would change nothing." Ding Xiaoyao nodded slightly. "Then he'll be counting on you to keep those peak Destiny Realm experts busy." "Of course." The old man vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. In the sky. Boom! The devil caracal was blasted into the sky. Ding Xiaoyao was quite shocked. The old man was extremely strong. A moment later, 4 devil caracals surrounded the old man. Obviously, the 4-dimensional universe's forces had realized how strong he was. Ding Xiaoyao gazed at the pitch-black vortex in the sky. The black vortex had just suddenly appeared there, and experts from the four-dimensional universe were pouring out of it. Most of them weren't at the Destiny realm, and some were relatively weak. But their objective wasn't the experts of Universe City, it was the other parts of the entire three-dimensional universe. To a certain extent, the three-dimensional universe had fallen. Meanwhile, at a point in the starry sky, a sword cultivator was walking toward an area covered in clouds. Chapter 2797 If There's Life After Death. In the starry sky, the sword cultivator traveled slowly. He wasn't moving fast at all, and it was more like a stroll. All his life, the sword cultivator had been thinking as he traveled. Had thought about many things, and the sword Tao was only one of them. The sword cultivator's sword Tao was the emotionless sword Tao, and its essence was naturally in having no ties. With no ties in the heart, the sword would have no ties or shackles. It was a very terrifying sword Tao, of course. But during this time, and especially after he left the four-dimensional universe, the sword cultivator realized that he lacked something. Had been thinking about that. He sought the extremes of the sword Tao, the peak of it. He sought to be invincible in the sword Tao. He advanced very quickly, so quickly that few could ever keep up with him. Or to be more precise, he was above the three-dimensional universe and four-dimensional universe. The peak of the sword Tao was so lonely like snow. It was empty and puzzling as well. He was at the end of the road, so what lay beyond it? Continue forward? Was that possible? How? He wasn't the woman in the clouds, his objective had always been very simple. Seek defeat. All he wanted was to be defeated. The sword cultivator looked up slightly, and his gaze passed through space and arrived above the clouds. The woman before the go board seemed to sense his gaze and looked down. She grinned. You're almost here? The extremes of the emotionless sword Tao, amazing! The sword cultivator restrained his thoughts, and started traveling in that direction. It wasn't a place in the three-dimensional universe or four-dimensional universe. He could sense the existence of that place, but he couldn't accurately determine its location. Of course, that wasn't a problem. Because he could sense its direction, and that was all he needed. As for the path there was nothing he couldn't resolve with a swing of his sword. The woman was still playing Go on her own high above the clouds, but she didn't have an opponent anymore. She seemed to have thought of something at this point, and she placed her hand on Justice and patted it. A sword howl resounded, and then a ray of light shot down through layers of space. In the end, the sword arrived in the sky above the sword cultivator. The sword cultivator looked up and flicked his thumb. His sword left its sheath. In the sky, two swords stabbed against each other. Tip against tip. Hiss. In an instant, the space throughout the area was blasted into bits, layer by layer. A short while later, a sword descended firmly before the go board. The woman looked down from the clouds and smiled. Interesting. The sword cultivator didn't say a word. He just sheathed his sword and continued forward. Actually, the lightning itself wasn't that terrifying, but it was terrifying because it had fully merged into one with Monarch Yen. So, the strength it could display wasn't just a tiny bit. Moreover, Snowy couldn't do anything to it. Because the lightning was Monarch Yen, and Monarch Yen was the lightning. Snowy couldn't counter it at all. Yang Yi didn't dare act carelessly against this. He stomped his right foot down and soared into the sky. A sword howl cracked open the sky. A ray of sword energy stabbed against the fist. Bang! The sky shook violently, and they immediately split apart. But just a moment later, Yang Yi pressed forward and swung his sword at Monarch Yen. It was an attack that carried speed, strength, and the determination to decide their fate in one clash. Yang Yi was utilizing his Fate Sword Dao with practically every single attack he launched against Monarch Yen. Because he didn't dare act carelessly at all, and if he didn't put his full strength behind every attack, it may result in his death instead. Monarch Yen didn't dare to act carelessly against this attack of Yang Yi's as well. Every single swing of Yang Yi's sword had the desire to determine their fate, and so the slightest carelessness may end in his death. Monarch Yen clenched his right hand. In an instant, a strand of flames enveloped him. He pressed his palms together while fiery arcs of lightning rippled out incessantly. At this moment, the space in the entire area was burning. Yan Ye's sword arrived. Boom! A rumbling explosion resounded. The fiery lightning around Monarch Yen dispersed into the surroundings while his figure was pushed back repeatedly. At the instant he was pushed back, Yan Yi didn't stop. He shot over and swung his sword over and over again. Every one of them with the Fate Sword Dao. Rumble! Sword howls and explosions resounded through the entire sky, and Monarch Yen was being pushed back repeatedly. In just a short while, had been blasted all the way into outer space. Their battlefield had moved. The confidence and morale of the experts from the three-dimensional universe rose explosively from the sight of this. Since the beginning, they'd been afraid that Yan Yi would fall because they would be finished once that happened. Because no one else could stop Monarch Yen. But now it seemed like Yan Yi was actually able to suppress Monarch Yen. This allowed those experts from the three-dimensional universe to experience an explosive rise in their confidence and morale. Meanwhile, Ding Xiaoyao walked slowly toward a certain spot in the distance, and Chindozi was by her side. Even though Chindozi was at the Destiny Realm, his combat strength wasn't that great. Ding Xiaoyao led Chindozi out of the ruins of Universe City, and they arrived at a mountain range. Ding Xiaoyao clapped, and a group of black-robed figures appeared before her. There were around 30 of them. The black-robed figure who led the group took a knee before Ding Xiaoyao. Strategist! All of them were experts of the divine race. Ding Xiaoyao nodded slightly. How's the preparations? The black-clothed figure replied. Everything has been prepared. Ding Xiaoyao led Chindozi forward, and it didn't take long for a huge open expanse of ground to appear before them. It was huge, and it was covered in all sorts of mysterious symbols. Chindozi gazed at her. Miss Ding, what is this? She replied softly. It's a teleportation formation that my divine race built a very long time ago. Of course, it's nothing before someone like you. Chindozi spoke solemnly. You want me to rebuild it? Ding Xiaoyao nodded. Is that possible? Chindozi fell silent. Ding Xiaoyao said, The three-dimensional universe is weaker, and it's no match for the forces from the four-dimensional universe without the help of formations. We have a spot that's naturally suited to establishing a formation here, and I've gotten the gourd with spirit energy from Snowy too. We even have enough forces here. She gazed at Chindozi. Chindozi nodded. Then let's begin. Ding Xiaoyao nodded slightly, and then she glanced at the black-robed figure. Senior Chen's orders are like my own. The black-robed figure took a knee. Understand. Ding Xiaoyao turned around and left. Once she left the mountain range, Ding Xiaoyao suddenly stopped because a middle-aged man was standing 300 m to her right. The middle-aged man was Emperor Li. Emperor Li gazed coldly at her. You're one of Yan Ye's women, right? Ding Xiaoyao grinned. If I'm not wrong, you dare not go to him, so you chose to seek out the people by his side in order to threaten him, right? Emperor Li's eyes narrowed slightly while undisguised killing intent could be seen in them. Ding Xiaoyao chuckled. Emperor Li, you were an outstanding figure once. I never expected you to do something so beneath you. However, it's understandable. Desperate times come for desperate measures. Emperor Li replied indifferently. Do you have anything else to say? Ding Xiaoyao grinned and looked up at the starry sky. She wasn't very strong, so she couldn't even see Yan Ye's figure right now. But she knew that he was up there. At this moment, the scenes of the past and her past with Yan Yi appeared in Ding Xiaoyao's mind. Ding Xiaoyao gently combed the hair by her ear. Actually, I've always owed you an apology, and I've always wanted to tell it to you. Unfortunately, I've never had the chance. Now, the one I love, if there is life after death, all I want is to be yours. Emperor Li was about to attack. Bang! Suddenly, Ding Xiaoyao burst into flames. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2798. Every word stabs the heart. Ignition. It was ignition of the body and soul. Ding Xiaoyao was very well aware that once Emperor Li caught her, it would be extremely disadvantageous to Yang Yi. At that time, Yang Yi would have to do as Emperor Li said. She didn't want to be humiliated, and she didn't want to be a burden for Yang Yi. So, death was the best option for her. Suddenly, Emperor Li appeared before her, and he slapped his palm down upon her. It stopped just a few inches away from her head, and then a wave of pressure surged down upon her and instantly extinguished the flames around her. After that, Emperor Li moved around 10 back. Ding Xiaoyao frowned slightly, and her eyes were filled with bewilderment as she gazed at him. Emperor Li spoke indifferently. What a courageous woman! He turned around and left. In the beginning, had really planned to use her to threaten Yang Yi or kill her so that Yang Yi would feel the pain of losing the ones he loved. Emperor Li wanted revenge. But the instant Ding Xiaoyao ignited herself, he changed his mind. Because at that moment, he suddenly realized that he wasn't the same person anymore. While had been hiding from destiny in the past, he hadn't done anything beneath him. He disdained to do something like that. Yet now, when facing someone as powerful as Yang Yi, had actually thought of using a woman to threaten Yang Yi. Laughable. No, it was shameful. Even he felt that it was shameful and beneath him. He was Emperor Li. Before these old geezers had shown themselves, had been a renowned figure of the three-dimensional universe. Emperor Li walked off into the distance. A short while later, had walked out of the mountain range. Bang! At the instant he left the mountain range, a powerful aura swept out of him, and everything in a huge area around him vanished. The Destiny Transcendence Realm. A breakthrough of the heart. Emperor Li glanced at himself and laughed with self-ridicule. After almost 1,000 years of bitter cultivation, I failed to advance, but I never expected that saving a woman would help me attain it. As they say, cultivation really is the cultivation of the heart. He looked up at the sky, and then he vanished on the spot. He hadn't gone to fight Yang Yi and just vanished into the boundless starry sky. The Destiny Transcendence Realm. At this moment, he was one of the strongest experts in the world, and he hadn't just undergone an advancement in strength. His mentality had changed drastically too. His gaze had moved beyond that little bit of hatred. A short while later, Emperor Li had vanished into the starry sky. In the mountain range, Ding Xiaoyao glanced at her hands, and then she suddenly chuckled and sat down. She just looked up into the sky while a brilliant smile that she had never revealed for so long had appeared once more on her face. So I care that much about you. At the instant when she faced death, she realized how much she cared about him. Or it should be said that she really cared about him. But her people had once told her to suppress those feelings. A short while later, Ding Xiaoyao walked off into the distance. Those light footsteps of hers didn't sound like the great advisor of the three-dimensional universe, but a young woman who'd gained new life. At this moment, the apologetic and oppressive feeling in her heart were gone. In the starry sky, the battle was still going on here. Yan Ye's fierce assault had suppressed Monarch Yan. While he hadn't fully suppressed Monarch Yan, the situation seemed to be in Yan Ye's favor. Yang Yi was undoubtedly very terrifying when he started fighting with his life on the line. Most importantly, he had primordial violet energy, so his recovery was something that few in the world could compete with. This battle was practically Yang Ye's longest battle, and at this point in it, the outcome had still not been decided. Sword energy and fiery lightning flickered incessantly through the starry sky. When compared to the entire boundless starry sky, the sword energy and fiery lightning seemed so tiny, but when they collided, the entire starry sky would tremble. Human strength that went beyond the heavens. Just like that, around an hour passed. Yang Yi swung his sword, and Monarch Yan was blasted backward. But such a huge distance seemed so close and clear when it was in outer space. Yang Yi shot a glance down below. At this moment, countless experts from the four-dimensional universe had entered the three-dimensional universe, and the flames of war had practically stretched throughout every corner of the three-dimensional universe. There weren't that many experts from the four-dimensional universe, and the chaos in the three-dimensional universe had mainly arisen from internal strife. In the beginning, the order he created was there, and it suppressed them all and stopped them from acting rashly. Yet now, along with the arrival of the experts from the four-dimensional universe, these powers had started to madly reveal their cruel sides. Now, the entire universe was much more chaotic than it had been. Yan Yi looked up at the sky. A woman was looking down at him from somewhere above the clouds with a smile on her face. Order? Where's that order you spoke of? Yan Yi looked her in the eyes and remained silent. She smiled. See? Your order is nothing but a joke. Besides that, you can see your heart clearly and keep it that way, and that is an advantage of yours. However, not everyone can do the same. She flipped her right palm, and two pieces appeared before Yan Yi. A black and a white piece. The woman chuckled. In the beginning, people are kind. Those words are partially true, but there's another half. Actually, good is always accompanied by evil. Being ignorant doesn't represent absolute goodness, but just a lack of ability to do evil. Even though you're at the destiny transcendence realm, I know you don't know much about this realm of cultivation I set. A breakthrough of the heart to attain it actually represents cultivating the heart, and reaching a state of mental perfection. But do you know, an evil mentality can do the same? Yan Yi frowned slightly. What are you trying to say? Her smile grew even more moving. There are two sides to everything in this world. Just like you have an emotionless side and one full of emotion. You wish to establish a new order so that everyone can change toward the direction you want. But you fail to realize that you're just forcefully suppressing the nature of people. Some are born with a kind nature while others may be born evil. Why must the evil accommodate the good? Good and evil! Yan Yi was quite lost. Just as Shed said, some were good but some were evil. When the good did good, they were following their hearts, and when the evil did evil, they were following their hearts too. Was that wrong? Was it? Her voice came from above the clouds once more. I once rescued the three-dimensional universe on my own, yet now, I intend to destroy it. Do you think I am good or evil? The bewilderment in Yan Yi's eyes was growing. Good and evil! He noticed that his mind was in a little chaos right now. She glanced at the world below the clouds. In the end, her gaze returned to Yan Yi. Have you still not realized? Many people in this world were born with demons in their hearts. Just like this very moment when the four-dimensional universe is invading. How many experts actually invaded? However, the entire three-dimensional universe is in chaos. I took a glance just now, and the number of people who died at the hands of the four-dimensional universe don't even account for a quarter of the people who died from the internal strife within the three-dimensional universe. She shook her head and smiled. Yan Yi, the heart is divided into good and evil. Some choose goodness, and some choose evil. There is nothing wrong about that. Once they grow, and they wish to do good, then of course. If they have enough strength, they can do good. Similarly, if the evil have wild ambition and wish to stand above the rest and reign supreme, then so long as they have the necessary strength, they can do it too. My order is where I do not help the good nor the evil. They are allowed to grow as they please. Right, simply speaking. The strong reign supreme, it's the law of the jungle. Monarch Yen glanced at the bewildered expression in Yan Yi's eyes and remained silent. He didn't attack either. What did cultivators fear the most? It was the collapse of their mental state. For example, someone always considered something to be correct, but later on, that person realizes that it's wrong. Obviously, Yang Yi was in that state right now. Everything she said stabbed at his heart. The woman's voice resounded from above the clouds once more. There is no absolute evil or absolute good. Throughout these countless years, if there is good, there will be evil. Your order just suppresses evil and favors good, but I'm sure you've noticed the outcome of that. Once they have a chance, the evil erupt, and they act even worse than they once did. Moreover, because of your suppression, they are like wolves who have gone hungry for weeks, and they will madly reap what they desire and unleash the evil within them. No! Suddenly, Yan Yi looked up at her. You're mistaken! Her eyes narrowed slightly. Yan Yi looked her in the eyes. You're right about something. The world is full of good and evil, and everyone has a demon within them. However, right is right, and wrong is wrong. Good is good, and evil is evil. If there is less evil in this world, the world will be better. He chuckled at this point. As you've said, the strong reigns supreme. So, when I'm strong, I will build order of my own, and I will suppress evil. That is what I want, and I follow my heart. I'm not mistaken. Of course, if I'm weak, then I cannot help this world anymore. But now I, Yan Yi, want the world to follow the order I've established. If anyone doesn't like it, that's alright, they can come fight me. If they kill me, they can decide everything in this world. As soon as he finished speaking, his sword shook violently. The sword Tao of order had entered its initial stages. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2799 You Don't Understand. Chapter 2799 You Don't Understand. Good and Evil. The world was divided between good and evil. Some were evil and some were good, but it was impossible for him to eradicate all evil. However, his order was there to suppress evil. The world needed order, or to be more direct, it needed laws. What would a world without laws look like? Everyone would have nothing to worry about and do as they pleased. It would lead to a loss of conscience, destruction of morality, and the warping of human nature. A world like that would be hell on earth. Yan Yi had come all the way here from Profounder Continent, and it had been an absolutely tiny world. It could be said that he was once as weak as an ant, and so he could really understand how helpless the weak felt in a world where the strong reigned supreme. The strong did as they pleased and the weak could only accept their fate. As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, the sword precursor kept trembling. Sword howls rippled through the starry sky. The sword Tao of order. Actually, Head comprehended the sword Tao of order in the past. No, it should be said that Head merely comprehended its framework in the past. But now, Head truly comprehended it. It didn't just represent establishing order but truly comprehending what order was. At this moment, the woman's words hadn't just failed to crush his mental state, it had allowed him to firm his convictions. The woman looked down from above. She just gazed at him for a long time before she smiled. The sword Tao of order. Interesting indeed. Yang Yi looked right at her. Why don't you try an attack of mine? Take an attack of his. He spoke very calmly, but it contained a strand of confidence. Monarch Yen glanced at Yang Yi with a rather complicated expression on his face. In the past, Head said something similar to her. At that time, Head been confident like Yang Yi. He felt that there was nothing in the world that he couldn't overcome. The facts proved that reality was much crueler than what one expected. She looked down at Yang Yi while a faint smile appeared on her face. An attack from you? Yang Yi nodded. She smiled and nodded. All right. As soon as she finished speaking, an ethereal figure soundlessly took form above Yang Yi. It was a clone of her. Yang Yi frowned slightly because she still refused to use her main body against him. She seemed to know what he was thinking and smiled. It's not because I look down on you. Oh, wait. Actually, I do, and that's why my main body isn't here. Go on, swing your sword. Yang Yi glanced at her and vanished on the spot. A ray of sword energy flashed. It was the Fate Sword Tao. Decider of fate. The woman didn't swing her sword. She just stretched out two fingers and clamped down. The sword stopped. Yan Yi's sword stopped, and the sword energy he emanated instantly vanished. There wasn't much distance between Yan Yi and the woman, but his sword couldn't move at all. His sword technique, decider of fate, had been stopped by just 2 of her fingers. However, there was no dejection in Yan Ye's eyes. He twisted his right hand, and the sword shook while the woman's grip on it seemed to loosen slightly. She grinned before him and shook her fingers. Bam! Yan Yi was instantly blasted over 300 m away. Yan Yi looked down at his sword, and he saw that it had cracked open. If his blood wasn't ceaselessly surging into it, the sword would have shattered by now. The woman smiled. Do you know why I could stop your attack with such ease? Yan Yi gazed at her. Because you're strong. She smiled. That's just one of the reasons. As for the other, it's because your fate's sword Dao is still lacking. While you had the determination to decide our fate with one attack, it cannot compare to your mental state when truly facing a hopeless situation. When you truly feel like you have no chance to survive, the strength of that attack will truly be at its greatest, and only then will it be able to pose a tiny threat to me. As for now, while it is at its initial stages, it's quite immature. She turned around and left. But just a moment later, she stopped and gazed at Yang Yi. How about using your sword Dao of Order against me? Oh, that won't do. While it has taken form, you haven't learned how to use it. Yan Yi looked her in the eyes. With your strength, destroying the 3-dimensional universe should be absolutely easy. She played with justice between 2 fingers as she said, I promised her that I wouldn't destroy the 3-dimensional universe with my own hands. I'm sure you understand that we sword cultivators cannot go against our hearts. Moreover, I really respect her. She gazed at Yan Ye's stomach. I'll be booking that sprite progenitor. Yan Yi replied indifferently. I'll slaughter anyone who touches her. The woman grinned, and then her figure gradually turned ethereal. Monarch Yan suddenly said, You can kill him! Based on her strength, she possessed the strength to annihilate Yang Yi without giving him any chances. Her strength was so formidable that even the joint forces of Yang Yi and Monarch Yan couldn't resist her. In this universe, the Tao came first, then the heavens. Now, she had surpassed them both. She glanced at Monarch Yan. The saddest thing in this world is being unable to sense danger. Monarch Yan looked her in the eyes. Many strong experts suffer in the end because they are conceited. She grinned. You don't understand how lonely it is. Shed vanished on the spot once she finished speaking. Yan Ye's gaze descended onto Monarch Yan. Do you understand now? Monarch Yan. You know, when I became the lord of the 4-dimensional universe, I was like her too. I felt that nothing was a threat to me anymore. However, the facts of the current situation prove that I was just looking out of a well. He gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi, you can't kill her! Yang Yi shook his head. It doesn't matter if I can kill her, the important thing is that I will try. Monarch Yan looked Yang Yi in the eyes. If we weren't on different sides, I would be willing to be friends with you. Unfortunately, one of us, and one of our universes are bound to vanish. As soon as he finished speaking, his body started to burn. At this instant, the starry sky started to surge and ripple. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. At this moment, there was no Monarch Yan in his mind, only the scene of the woman stopping his sword. Had challenged her in order to seek defeat. Had attained the sword Tao of Order, but just as Shed said, he didn't really know how to utilize it. Moreover, he realized that his fate's sword Tao had flaws. Because when he used it recently, it wasn't as strong as it had been that day. Had challenged the woman so that he could locate those flaws in his sword Tao. And had found them. The mental state he was in when he first utilized it, and the mental state he was in now were completely different. A truly hopeless situation and an imagined one was completely different. The fate's sword Tao depended on the mental state. As for the sword Tao of Order, he realized that he had no idea how to use it. Of course, he had gained something. He refused to try and create some kind of mental state. He would just do as he should and not work hard on seeking out anything. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly opened his eyes because Monarch Yan was in front of him. He just watched Monarch Yan approach. A moment later, he drew his sword. This attack was practically instinctive. There was no determination to decide on their fate, and it was just an ordinary attack. Because Monarch Yan's strength was utterly incapable of forcing him into a hopeless situation. Bang! However, it was such an ordinary attack that obliterated the fiery lightning around Monarch Yan and even blasted him over 30 kilometers away. As his figure shot backward, space was obliterated in layers, and the destruction was spreading rapidly in all directions. Once Monarch Yan stopped himself, he looked down at his stomach, and he saw a deep injury there. It had pierced through his stomach. He pondered deeply for a moment and looked up at Yang Yi. This attack of yours is better than before. It was natural. It wasn't as forced as it had been, and it was just an attack. Return to simplicity. Yang Yi glanced at his sword and took a step forward. He instantly arrived before Monarch Yan. The latter raised his hands, and then 2 bolts of fiery lightning surged out from his palms like volcanic eruptions. Yang Yi still swung his sword as before. It was like a light breeze brushing by the face, or water flowing through the mountains. It was simple, casual, and natural. A completely natural attack. Hiss! Hiss! The fiery lightning were sliced apart. At the same time, a sword shot out from Yang Yi's waist and slashed at Monarch Yan. This time, the latter didn't try to dodge it, and raised his left hand to stop the sword. At the same time, his right hand carried a bolt of fiery lightning as it slammed at Yang Yi's stomach. Hiss! Bam! Yang Yi was blasted away, but Monarch Yan's arm was split open at the center. Meanwhile, Yang Yi gently pressed his left hand down, and his figure stopped immediately. He looked over to Monarch Yan, and he saw the latter's hand had returned to normal. At Monarch Yan's level of cultivation, regrowing broken limbs was absolutely easy. Of course, it didn't mean that he was completely unharmed. The attack had harmed him quite a bit. Yang Yi glanced at the 3-dimensional universe down below. At this moment, had lost his patience and didn't want to let the battle drag on anymore. Yang Yi moved his gaze back to Monarch Yan. Suddenly the latter said, "Come! Let me see how strong your Fate Sword Dao, Demonic Sword Dao, and Sword Dao of Order are." As he spoke, he raised his right hand, and a pitch black lotus appeared on his palm. Monarch Yan spoke softly. "This wasn't prepared for you, but I really can't do anything to you." The black lotus suddenly started spinning. Chapter 2800 with Danger and Despair. Chapter 2800 with Danger and Despair. Yang Yi's Sword Dao was moving closer to perfection. Monarch Yan felt quite powerless against Yang Yi. Extremely powerless. Yang Yi's sword was something that few in the world could withstand now. The black lotus spun swiftly in Monarch Yan's grasp, and then it bloomed. Yang Yi frowned slightly. While he wasn't afraid of it, he didn't dare to act carelessly. After all, Monarch Yan was the lord of the 4-dimensional universe, and there wasn't a huge gap in strength between them. Hiss! Suddenly, pitch-black lotuses started appearing around Yang Yi. These lotuses were ethereal. They bloomed in succession around him, but they weren't material. Monarch Yan spoke softly. "The Death Lotus, the #1 treasure of my 4-dimensional universe. It has absorbed the death energy, yin energy, and foul energy of my universe for almost 100,000 years. Let's see if your sword can stop it." As soon as he finished speaking, the lotuses fully bloomed, and they emanated death energy, yin energy, and foul energy. 3 unique energies surged at Yang Yi like a tidal wave. Yang Yi waved his sword gently, and a wave of sword energy rippled forward. Hiss! The sword energy swept out in an arc. It had no difficulty slicing through the wave of energy, but the energy didn't vanish. Conversely, his sword energy was obliterated upon shooting around 300 m forward. Yang Yi frowned from the sight of this. A moment later, countless strands of sword intent appeared around him. They formed a thick shield, but as soon as the energy got close, his sword energy actually started to gradually disperse. It couldn't stop the wave of energy. Yang Yi looked up at Monarch Yan, and the black lotus in Monarch Yan's grasp grew even more bright and dazzling. A moment of silence ensued. Bang! A wave of energy suddenly swept out from him. Primordial violet energy. Primordial violet energy had always been a counter for death energy. But this time, Yang Yi was disappointed. As soon as it appeared, the primordial violet energy vanished on contact with the wave of energy. It couldn't resist the energy at all. Yang Yi's frown deepened. They are the purest form of evil energy in the four-dimensional universe. Meanwhile, Yang Buxi's voice resounded in Yang Yi's mind. It's a special mixture of profound energy that Monarch Yen prepared just for Destiny. Not to mention your primordial violet energy, even Destiny's profound energy cannot resist it. Snowy was in front of Yang Buxi in the primordial pagoda, and she pointed at herself to say that she could try to deal with it. Yang Yi was planning the exact same thing. However, Yang Buxi shook her head. No. She isn't at her prime. Even the good sprite at her prime may not be able to purify that energy. If she goes out there now, not only will she fail to purify that energy, she may be devoured by it instead. Snowy blinked and pointed at herself to display that she wasn't willing to accept that. Yang Buxi glanced at Snowy. She felt the little fellow had no understanding of danger at all. Moreover, her senses were even upside down at times. Yang Yi didn't allow Snowy to leave the pagoda. Just as Yang Buxi had said, the energy emanated by the Black Lotuses was quite terrifying. Even his sword energy and sword intent were being corroded, so Snowy was definitely incapable of stopping it. Outside the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and took a step forward. A wave of mysterious energy appeared in the surroundings. The sword domain. Once the sword domain appeared, the energy sweeping toward him immediately slowed down. A moment later, countless rays of sword energy appeared within the sword domain. They crisscrossed through the energy, slicing it up into bits. However, the energy didn't vanish. Even if they'd been sliced into tiny pieces, they still remained there and immediately merged back into one. Besides that, the space around the energy had actually started to disperse. Even space couldn't endure the energy. Yang Yi's face started to turn pale. His sword domain couldn't suppress the energy. Monarch Yen suddenly released the Black Lotus in his grasp, and then he formed a strange seal with both hands. Hiss! 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 In an instant, the black energy around Yang Yi started to converge rapidly, and then they gradually grew even more evil. At this moment, Yang Yi's sword intent and slaughter intent were completely useless. Yang Yi waved his sword lightly, and a wave of sword energy rippled out. The energy before him was sliced apart, and he flashed over 1 kilometer away. However, as soon as he stopped, the energy appeared around him and surged at him. Yang Yi frowned slightly and stomped his foot down. Bang! A wave of powerful sword intent rippled out from him. They stopped the death energy in its tracks, but his sword intent started to disperse at a visible rate. Yang Yi looked up at Monarch Yen. You plan to kill that woman with this? As soon as he said that, he suddenly drew his sword and leaped up. Hiss! A ray of sword energy flashed. The sword energy went straight for Monarch Yen. While the energy was formidable, why should he fight the energy? He could just kill Monarch Yen. Monarch Yen frowned slightly and stretched out his right hand. A bolt of fiery lightning surged from his palm, but along with the arrival of Yang Yi's attack, the fiery lightning was sliced into bits. Once he destroyed the fiery lightning, a sword slashed down at Monarch Yen's head. Monarch Yen's eyes narrowed slightly, and he pressed his right palm down. Bang! A wave of flames erupted from him, and within the flames were countless arcs of lightning. But the flames and lightning were still incapable of stopping Yang Yi's attack. Bang! Along with the descent of his sword, Monarch Yen and the lightning were blasted over 10 kilometers away. Meanwhile, countless strands of pitch-black energy appeared around Yang Yi, and they were more evil and faster than before. Yang Yi remained indifferent as he tapped his right foot down. Bang! The black energy was repulsed. While they weren't dispersed, and he couldn't do anything to the energy, the black energy couldn't do anything to him unless he went head-on against the energy. Once he pushed the black energy back, Yang Yi charged at Monarch Yen again. Monarch Yen gazed coldly at Yang Yi, and there was a wisp of striking scarlet red on the corner of his mouth. The sword grew closer and closer. A ferocious expression suddenly appeared on Monarch Yen's face, and then he opened his mouth, and a bolt of fiery lightning surged out from there. Bang! An explosion resounded. The sword energy dispersed, and Yang Yi was blasted back to where it had been a moment ago. Yang Yi looked down at his sword, and it was actually scorched black. Yang Yi shook his right hand, and the sword precursor instantly returned to normal. He looked up at Monarch Yen, and he saw a bolt of fiery lightning shooting at him. Yang Yi stabbed his sword forward. Bang! Yang Yi was blasted around 3 kilometers back. As soon as he stopped himself, the black energy in the surroundings swarmed him like an ocean of venomous snakes. Yang Yi waved his sword, and the black energy was instantly pushed back. Meanwhile, Monarch Yen suddenly appeared before Yang Yi. At the same time, a bolt of fiery lightning slammed down at Yang Yi's head. Suddenly, the sword gored by Yang Yi's waist trembled, and then a black sword shot up into the air. It stabbed against the fiery lightning while Yang Yi strode forward swiftly and swung his sword. Bang! Monarch Yen was forced back, but the fiery lightning above Yang Yi had blasted the black sword away before crashing directly at him. Yang Yi frowned slightly. The strength of this bolt was simply incomparable to the past. Its main body. 2 words suddenly came to mind for Yang Yi. It was the fiery lightning's main body right now. In other words, Monarch Yen had allowed it to leave him in order to fully unleash its strength. Yang Yi grinned when he thought up to this point, and he patted his chest. A moment later, a white shadow flashed out. Snowy. At the moment Snowy appeared, the fiery lightning was just descending. Snowy cracked a smile and inhaled. In an instant, the fiery light turned ethereal. Monarch Yan's expression changed drastically from the sight of this, and he was about to summon the fiery lightning back to him. However, Snowy grabbed the fiery lightning that was about to escape, and then she dragged it into the primordial pagoda. On the ascension platform, Snowy created a spirit energy barrier around the fiery lightning. Whenever it tried to escape, she would inhale, and then the fiery lightning would shrink back. Snowy was clearly very excited by the fiery lightning's arrival here and kept slapping it from time to time. Yang Busi glanced at Snowy while she recuperated and shook her head. Outside the primordial pagoda, Monarch Yan's face could be described as being absolutely unsightly. He was one with the fiery lightning, but in order to unleash its full strength, had decided to let it leave him in the end. Because its might could be fully unleashed when they joined forces as 2 beings, but had overlooked something. The good sprite. Yang Yi had the good sprite of the 3-dimensional universe, and she innately countered all sprites. It was a tremendous loss for him. Yang Yi glanced at the Black Lotus in Monarch Yan's grasp. Currently, the Black Lotus was the biggest threat to him. Because even his sword couldn't destroy the energy coming from the Black Lotus. Moreover, he couldn't allow it to get close to him either. Perhaps only Arya's body could endure the energy. Monarch Yen stared at Yang Yi while the Black Lotus spun rapidly on his palm. The space around him was like a withering flower that started to wither and turn ethereal. Obliteration. A wave of destructive energy suddenly appeared in the surroundings. Danger. It was Yang Yi's first reaction, but his sword intent grew stronger and stronger instead. The Fate Sword Dao. With danger and despair, his sword Dao grew increasingly stronger and terrifying. Monarch Yan's face turned absolutely unsightly from the sight of this. Chapter 2801 Dead. Chapter 2801 Dead. The Fate Sword Dao. It was an extreme form of the Sword Dao, and its strength couldn't be fully unleashed until one was in a true moment of life and death. It could be said that the more dangerous it got, the stronger the attack would be. At this moment, he felt threatened, so his sword intent and aura were growing even more terrifying. Monarch Yen naturally didn't stop his assault. He couldn't even if he wanted to. Because Yang Yi's sword would strike him no matter what. Monarch Yen commanded the black energy to overlap around Yang Yi, turning the area around Yang Yi into an expanse of pitch black. That expanse of space had been forcibly wiped out of existence. Yang Yi's sword intent rippled out of him incessantly. Besides sword intent, there was slaughter intent and the sword domain. Even then, he couldn't expel the black energy and was only able to barely keep it away. But based on the rapid speed the black energy was devouring everything, it would take over a dozen breaths of time at most for the black energy to reach him. Yang Yi's sword intent and slaughter intent gradually lessened, and his sword domain was on the verge of shattering. However, the sword intent and slaughter intent he emanated was growing increasingly stronger. Because it was growing increasingly dangerous. The black energy was growing closer and closer while Yang Yi's aura and sword intent were growing stronger and stronger. Monarch stared at Yang Yi. Yang Yi's fate sword Dao could be said to be at 30% strength right now, and according to his estimations, if the black energy were to get close to Yang Yi before it arrived to around 70% strength, then Yang Yi would definitely die. At the center of the energy, Yang Yi frowned because he noticed that his sword domain was failing him. The sword domain was crumbling before the black energy even got close to him. The death energy, yin energy, and foul energy were truly overbearing. Now that all three had been merged into one, his sword couldn't destroy them at all. The entire area entered into a rare moment of quiet. The energy around Yang Yi was getting closer and closer to him, and they were just a little over 1 m away from him. As for the sword intent and slaughter intent he was emanating, they couldn't stop the energy at all. Yang Yi suddenly swung his sword. Hiss! The energy before him was sliced apart, but Yang Yi hadn't even been able to leave the area before the energy returned to its previous state. The energy was extremely close to him now. As for Yang Yi's sword intent and slaughter intent, they still couldn't overcome the black energy. A short while later, the energy had enveloped Yang Yi. Monarch Yen heaved a sigh of relief from the sight of this. Had exposed his trump card, and had been able to kill Yang Yi in the end. However, a sword howl suddenly revived the worries Monarch Yen had been relieved of just a moment ago. Hiss! 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 Horrifying sounds of something being sliced apart resounded before Monarch Yen. He watched as the black energy was sliced into countless tiny pieces by rays of sword energy. At the same time, a ray of sword energy shot toward him. The fate sword Dao. At the instant the black energy had fully enveloped him, Yang Yi truly sensed the aura of death, and he practically instinctively drew his sword. It was the life and death technique. Either the black energy was obliterated or he would die. Obviously, the fate sword Dao had the advantage. After he sliced up the black energy, Yang Yi didn't stop and seized the opportunity to attack Monarch Yen. This attack of his could be described as the peak of his attacks. Monarch Yen's pupils constricted because it was stronger than any other attack had faced from Yang Yi. If he couldn't stop it, he would die. A pike appeared in his right grasp, and he touched his left index and middle finger against the center of his forehead. Spirit Ascent! Boom! As soon as he said that, a terrifying aura swept out from him, and it wasn't any weaker to the aura of Yang Yi's attack. Obviously, had used some kind of secret technique to forcibly increase his strength. The attack arrived, and his pike shot forward. Bang! A deafening explosion resounded through the starry sky, and then a figure was blasted away. Monarch Yen! As his figure flew backward, mouthfuls of blood sprayed from him in succession. His body was covered in injuries as if had been sliced open by 1,000 blades. As for Yang Yi, there was half a pike stabbed in his left shoulder, and there was energy coming from it that was ceaselessly damaging his body. Fortunately, Yang Yi had primordial violet energy and snowy, so he didn't fear the energy. Yang Yi shook his shoulder. Hiss! The pike shot out from him, and his injury healed in practically an instant. However, the aura he emanated had returned to normal. The fate sword Dao wasn't able to display its might without him being in a situation of life and death. The fate sword Dao! It's amazing indeed! Cough! Monarch Yen spoke abruptly from afar. Your three-dimensional universe is truly full of geniuses. There was slight envy in his eyes. The three-dimensional universe had Destiny, the sword cultivator in cloud-white robes, and Yan Yi. Fortunately, the strongest among them, Destiny, had no intention to protect the three-dimensional universe anymore. Otherwise, only despair would be left for the four-dimensional universe. Yan Yi walked slowly to Monarch Yen. He still felt some respect for Monarch Yen because the latter had kneeled to Destiny for the four-dimensional universe's sake. Just that was worthy of respect. But while he respected Monarch Yen, he still intended to kill him. They were on different sides. Suddenly, Snowy appeared before Yang Yi. Yang Yi was quite surprised by the sight of her. "What are you doing out here?" Snowy blinked, cracked a smile, and then pulled her paws in opposite directions. A fiery red bolt of lightning appeared between her paws. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. Monarch Yan's expression was extremely unsightly from the sight of it. It naturally hurt for him, because that bolt of divine lightning had been with him for countless years. Moreover, it was a precious treasure of the four-dimensional universe. Yet now, it was gone. It was equivalent to giving it to Snowy for free. Suddenly, Yang Yi sent Snowy back into the primordial pagoda and vanished on the spot. Monarch Yan's pupils constricted. All he could see was a ray of sword energy. Monarch Yan clenched his right fist slowly. As soon as it was fully clenched, blood seeped out from all over his body. The injuries he sustained earlier were still there. After all, he didn't have Yang Yi's terrifying recovery. When Yang Yi's sword arrived before him, Monarch Yan suddenly slammed his fist forward. It was like a volcanic eruption, and a wave of powerful energy erupted from it. Hiss! The energy was instantly sliced into two. At the same time, Monarch Yan was blasted away while leaving an arm behind. Yang Yi looked up at Monarch Yan's figure in the distance. He was about to attack again when Monarch Yan's voice resounded abruptly. "Activate the formation!" "A formation?" Yang Yi frowned. Suddenly, a huge barrier of light soundlessly appeared behind Monarch Yan, and then Yang Yi's expression changed drastically as she shot backward. Because a beam of light was surging at him from the center of the barrier of light. It was so fast that it far surpassed his expectations. Yang Yi practically instinctively swung his sword. Bang! The beam shook violently, but Yang Yi was blasted far away. Moreover, the beam still didn't shatter and was ceaselessly forcing him backward. Yang Yi pressed his sword against the beam, and the powerful energy it contained ceaselessly slammed against Yang Yi's sword. His entire arm started to crack open slowly, and it wasn't just his arm, even his sword was cracking. A black sword shot out from Yang Yi's waist, and it slashed the beam of light. Bang! The beam of light shook violently, but it didn't shatter. Meanwhile, Yang Yi had retreated far away and was in the three-dimensional universe again. He was in the sky above Universe City. Countless looked up at Yang Yi, and their expressions changed when they noticed the state he was in. Suddenly, Yang Yi stomped his right foot down. Bang! The sky shook, and he held the sword precursor with both hands as he slammed it against the beam of light. Hiss! The sword sliced into the beam of light, but just a moment later, it exploded. Boom! Yang Yi was blasted to the ground by the explosion. As soon as he landed there, the ground beneath him collapsed into a huge abyss. The beam of light was extremely powerful. Yang Yi glanced at his right hand, and he couldn't feel it anymore. Meanwhile, a huge barrier of light appeared in the air above them. It was like a mirror in space, and it just stood there across the sky and enveloped the ruins of Universe City. A formation! The three-dimensional universe wasn't the only one with a formation, the four-dimensional universe had one too. Moreover, its might was absolutely formidable. Yang Yi gazed at Ding Xiaoyao who was standing by his side, and she spoke solemnly. Can you stop that formation? Yang Yi glanced at it, and shook his head. He could go against it, but the problem was that doing so would allow Monarch Yen to do as he pleased. Under such circumstances, they would still suffer a crushing defeat. Besides him, no one else could fight Monarch Yen. Yang Yi glanced at the huge barrier of light and said, Move everyone to Eternal Border! Ding Xiaoyao nodded, and then the Destiny Realm experts fighting throughout the surrounding skies retreated. Meanwhile, the huge barrier of light in the sky started shaking violently. Yan Yi summoned Snowy and pointed at the huge barrier of light. She glanced at it, hesitated for a moment, and then pointed at it. Yan Yi's face fell. The formation's core and foundation weren't here, they were in the four-dimensional universe. So, besides brute force, the only other way to destroy the formation was to travel to the four-dimensional universe. If they were in the four-dimensional universe, Snowy could destroy it from its core. Yan Yi seemed to have thought of something at this point and gazed abruptly at Ding Xiaoyao. "Where's my ancestor?" He hadn't seen Jian Wudi from the moment he emerged from his meditative state. Something was off. Ding Xiaoyao pondered deeply for a moment and said, "He's gone." Yan Yi was stunned.